Latifat says late. You sleep late, but you wake up early. Another person we need to investigate. Okay. Okpeyemi. Okay. Tochuku David, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, Tochuku. How are you? Okay, so we're doing a little game, but before you join the game, you just introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us where you're chatting from, your name, where you're chatting from, and then okay, another person is with us, Ladi Barry Okoye. So I'm very sorry if I murdered that name, but Ladi Barry or Lady Barry, introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us where you're chatting from. And so the game is, are you an early person, are you an early bird, or do you sleep late? Answers in the chat. I'm about to move to the next one, and my chat room is not as lively. Let's go. Tochuku David, where are you chatting from? River State. Oh, okay. We have South in the room. We had North, we had South, and now we have a lot of West. So welcome, welcome to Chuku David. I am also glad that you are here in this room because trust me, everything you hear today is going to set your life in motion. If you know anybody that should be here, you need to send this link. Everybody in the chat room, if you know someone that should be here, you need to send this link to them. All right. Um, Lady Barry Okoye, I'm waiting for your introduction. But while waiting, I'm going to move on to the second. I'm going to move on to the second this or that question. Okay. This one is going to test a lot of our, our personalities. Are you always overdressed or you'd rather go out underdressed? Always overdressed is you're going for a stroll and then you're putting on makeup or wearing the best wig or anything overdressed, or you're going for something important and you're throwing on a jogger and a sweatshirt. What kind of person are you? Always overdressed or always underdressed? The chat room should be bubbling. Okay, Tochuku says he's a night owl. Okay, that means you definitely do not wake up early. All right. Most times on casual Latifat. Okay. So you like to keep it simple. Okay. Abigail says dress just right for the occasion, depending on your mood. So you don't do too much, but you're just there. Okay, nice. Matthew Esther, I'm waiting for you. Elizabeth Akinwale, where's your response? Something says he dresses for the occasion. Okay, not overdressed. So we have two of those kind of people. Abigail and Sonto, you guys should find yourselves. Esther says, depending on the event. Why is nobody going extra? I can't be the only one that likes to do extra sometimes. I mean, there has to be one time where you just feel, okay, I'm ready. I want all eyes to pop when I step in. Tochiko says, I love dressing. Now that is a different response I love to see. I love dressing, dashing. Tochiko David, are you a lady or you're a guy? Because you love dressing, dashing. That's that's a feminine, Busayo says sometimes overdress. Okay, show your fashion, show your energy. Something says the occasion could call for extra. Okay, Tochuku is a guy that loves to dress dashing. Now that is impressive because a lot of guys just go with their jeans and their shirts slides and head on out. So that's nice. Anna Ipe, good morning and thank you so much for joining. Um okay. So Anna, please introduce yourself in the chat. Tell us where you're chatting from and then join the conversations. We're actually trying to we're playing a game this or that. So tell us if you're the kind of person that dresses extra, overdressed or underdressed. Like important occasions you could go casually dressed because you're just tired and not in the mood. We have 10 minutes before our speaker joins in. So we have to be excited. I want all of us to be bubbling for this. Okay, so I'm waiting for our responses. Elizabeth, are you here? Anna Ipe, we are waiting for your response. Lady Barry Okoye, you've not said anything in my chat. I am going to text you. I'm going to find a way to privately message you. All of you that are not in my chat room, we're going to flesh you out. You have to engage. Good morning, Anna. Please, where are you chatting from? Please tell us where you're chatting from and tell us if you're the kind of person that dresses for the occasion, dresses overdressed or underdressed. We're just having fun conversations before our speaker joins in. Okay, okay. Lady Barry from Port Harcourt. Good morning. Another South person in the room. Thank you for joining. Please join the conversation as we want to know. Oh, you dress for the occasion. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Welcome, Mustafa Ibrahim. Welcome, Praise Shobande. I'm sorry if I murdered that name, but welcome, Praise. Elizabeth says she's in between. So some days you can be overdressed, some days you can be underdressed. Welcome. Um, okay, so that's nice. Okay. Mustafa Ibrahim and Praise. Please introduce yourself in the chat and tell us where you are chatting from. Welcome, Stella Maris Emeziem. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Please introduce yourself in the chat and tell us where you are chatting from. I want to do a little thing. I want to know who is leading, the ladies or the guys. So can we put our gender in the chat? I have all your responses here. So I'm just going to know, when you say you dress for the occasion, I want to know if you're a guy or you're a girl and just picture it. Good morning, Mustafa. Please, where are you joining from? Okay, Praise, you're joining from Nigeria. Thank you. Please, where in Nigeria are you joining from, Praise? Anna says she's joining from Lagos. She'll go to the okay, female, 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 female. Okay, so ladies, well done. The chat room is full of we have 4 ladies. Can we have more? Please let all our responses come in so we know how many ladies and men we have. So female, female. I already know Daniel is a guy. Stella Maris, female here. Okay. So please, we were asking, are you the kind that dresses extra or underdressed, depending on whatever the occasion is? All right. So we're gradually bringing this session to a close. Thank you so much for keeping my chat room. Thank you. Okay, Stella says extra always. Now that is an energy I love. Okwemi says he's a shy person. I don't know why I said he, but please let me know if you're a guy or a lady. I'm a shy person, so I don't overdress, but I want to start overdressing. Okay, world changer, Okwemi. That's good. Start overdressing. Um, Anna says she dresses. Okay, she dresses for the occasion, depending on the mood. Okay, we have a lot of people that act based on the mood here. Okay, Okpayami. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually thought you were a guy. Sorry, Okpayami. So now I understand why there's that need to start overdressing. I like that energy. Okay, so thank you everyone for keeping my chat room engage, and it has to stay this way till the end of the session. So when our speaker is speaking, I'm going to be prompting you in the chat so you don't ever leave my chat room closed, or I'll find you. And when I find you, we're going to be best friends, and when we're best friends, I can be a dramatic person. So you. Keep my chat room busy. Okay, so let's do a quick recap from yesterday's session. If you were here yesterday, please just drop something that you learned in the next 2 minutes before I, give a brief recap from my own points. Just, you know, tell me something you learned from yesterday's session. Let's streamline our conversations to everything, to the reason why we're here. Your session yesterday, the session yesterday, if you were here, dressing good is good business. That's very true. If you were here yesterday, please drop your learning points from yesterday's session in the chat. All right. Yesterday's session was something. I went through the notes I have this morning again, and then I was like, wow. There was a lot to drop. If you missed yesterday, you must stay for the 3 sessions today. Trust me. You must. All right. I'm waiting for our answers in the chat. Remember that my chat room cannot be quiet. If you were not here yesterday, please tell me, because you're the reason I'm really going to be reading out my notes from yesterday. So I need your responses. Hello, everyone. So none of us were here yesterday. We're not dropping our learning points or what we took out from yesterday's session. You guys are breaking my heart. Like, my heart is about to be broken in the chat. But okay, so I'm just going to oh, okay. Abigail says she learned about the importance of knowing your why and your purpose. Yes, your purpose is what you are meant to do, and your why is the drive. Okay, the sources of my why are pain, passion, natural strength, and problems around you that can be noticed. Okay, Esther, that is very true. Okay, Abigail said that her purpose, okay, how the part for knowledge, sorry, let me read that clearly, and how that knowledge plays a part in aiding discipline. So when you know why you're doing something, when you're about to slip up, you kind of catch yourself like, okay, there's a reason I'm doing this, and your why drives you. Hadiza Mohammed, thank you so much for joining. Please introduce yourself in the chat. Rukaya Ahmed, thank you so much for joining. Introduce yourself in the chat and tell us where you're joining from. All right. So I'm just going to read out a couple um learning points that I have, and I was going to start from the pain part, but somebody has already beat me to it. So I'm just going to read one thing, kind of like a sequel to that. So ask yourself the hard questions. Sometimes you have to sit with yourself to actually figure out what the purpose is. You have to sit with yourself and ask yourself the hard questions. Determine why it is important that you pursue um why it's important that you pursue your purpose, why it's important that you excel, why it's important that you even seek to change the world. Sit with yourself, ask yourself the hard questions. Am I genuinely fulfilled? If no one pressured me to do what I'm doing right now, would I still do it? What do I actually want my life to stand for? Not just what you want to do, not just what you want, what makes you happy, but what you want your life to stand for. That's part of your why. Okay, Anna says define your why, your decision. When you define your why, your decision making becomes easier, focused, clear, and life becomes intentional, beautiful. One of the things that stood out for me, says Jimo, is to turn her past into motivation for others. All right. All right. So this is the part where I introduce our speaker and bring her to you. So permit me to give me a second to read out her bio to you. Um, Chisom Ofili is a certified human resource professional with over 17 years of experience spanning various industries. She is the founder of TTN Consulting, where she leads recruitment and talent strategy with a strong commitment to excellence and results. With deep cross industry expertise, she has built a reputation for delivering effective workforce solutions and driving organizational growth through strategic hiring. Her approach is rooted in discipline, professionalism, and measurable impact beyond her professional accomplishments. Mrs. Ofili is a devoted wife and a mother of three beautiful children. And she is going to be leading the next session, which is building a career that funds your life and purpose. So, with a clapping ovation via our emojis in the chat, and with as much excitement as you can display. Drum rolls, dancing, clapping, every single thing to show your excitement. If I don't see it, we're not bringing her up, and I know you don't want to keep her waiting. Please make welcome Mrs. Chisom Ofili. Drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls. Good morning, Ma. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. We'll just go right into it. ID, am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, Ma.
Please give me a minute. Okay, thank you, ID, for that warm introduction. Since I'm going to be sharing my screen, I won't be able to see the comments and all of that. So ID, expecting that you assist with that. Thank you very much. So today we're going to be talking about building a career that funds your life and fuels your passion. I'm hoping that this is going to be a very interactive session. I'm also going to be sharing my personal models, my personal experiences, and by God's grace, I'm hoping that at the end of the session, you will be able to have a clearer view of how to build a career, how to increase income, and how to fuel your passion and passion/purpose, really. So here you're going to learn how to design your career strategically, identify high-value skills, increase your earning power, and align your income with purpose. So ID has already introduced me, so I'll just add one or two more things. Apart from my current 9 to 5, I have a 9 to 5. I also run a consulting firm, as you all heard. And I'm very passionate about mentoring professionals and building sustainable talent systems. I also strongly believe in work-life integration. You know, a lot of people talk about work-life balance. You can't actually, work-life balance is um, equal, you know, what a balancing scale is. So every aspect of your life, you are attending to them equally. But there are different phases of life. And I believe that for each phase of your life, you're supposed to integrate some aspects, right? And that's how you achieve work-life integration. So, right back into it, a career that funds your life and fuels your passion is one that secures you financially, keeps you relevant in a changing world, and gives you the freedom to integrate work, purpose, and fulfillment without choosing one at the expense of the other. Now, before I go further, I can't see. Okay, let me stop sharing so that I can see the comments because I'm going to ask a question now. What is a career? Let's start with that. What's your understanding of a career? You can just put it in the chat box. What's your understanding of a career? Because here we're going to be talking about career a lot, and I would love to know where you are at in terms of your understanding before we proceed. We need to be sure that we're on the same page before we proceed. I can't see any comments here, so if you have no idea what a career is, you can type it in the box too. I heard ID saying that you should keep her chat room active. Oh yeah, I want to see that activity. Let's see the activity. Okay. Jimo Adenike says a career is identity. Another person says, Somto says, my career is my professional work life. Okay. A career is the work that one does to earn a living. Okay. Let's take two more. Okay. Adenike also says that it's a vehicle for goals. Abigail says a career is a person's profession, and usually it incorporates my knowledge and your skills and my passion. Okay, so let me just clarify before we proceed. Okay. Okay, one more question. What's a job? A person's occupation. Okay. So next question, what is a job? Mustafa says a career is the path of work and learning you build over time and the jobs, roles, and skills you develop that give your professional life direction and growth. So Somto says a job is what I do to earn a living. Let's get one more definition of a job. One more definition of a job. Okay. A job is something that we do to get paid. Someone says a job is a person's work. Okay, let's go right into it. Before we proceed, let me clarify what a job is and what a career is. Blessing says a task or an economic role for which a person is paid. Okay, so I like to speak in clear terms. I can see a lot of people in the chat box are very that their vocabulary is very robust. So let me say it in a way that I understand. So, like some of us said in the chat box, a job is what you do to get paid. It is also jobs are also bus stops in your career. So a career is a journey. a professional journey. And as we all know, every professional journey has a starting point and an end point. Now, if you're going from Bagada to Obalende, or yeah, from Bagada to Obalende, you know that there are bus stops where people drop off at, so jobs are like that. There's a difference between getting a job. This mistake, a lot of people make that mistake. You get a job and you think it's your career. However, you are supposed to know your career in order to choose the jobs that you take. Okay? So that's what I'm going to say about that, because career pathfinding is an entirely different conversation. Okay? So just take it that a career is a job, is a journey, and jobs are the bus stops, the different stop that you make on that career journey. Okay? So let's go back to my slides. Oh, no, I'm not even sharing my screen. Sorry. Okay. Can one person unmute and let me know, please? Can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not yet.
Okay. What about now?
Yes, we can see your
Awesome.
screen.
Awesome. So a career is not about choosing between money, meaning, or purpose. Work-life integration creates freedom to pursue what genuinely fulfills you. And my philosophy for a career is long-term stability, relevance, and work-life integration. Now, here we have, let's call it a diagram. You can see finance here. Finance is this very large pale circle. And inside that, you have another one for your career or your work. Another one, family, relationships. And then you have another one that has God. Okay? So a merging of these three is what makes up your life. Now, in aligning your income with purpose, first off, you need to have income, which is your career. Okay? But now, at different stages in your career, you need to finance it. What do I mean by finance it? Investing in yourself, furthering your education, getting certifications, going for trainings, and all of that. Okay? In another aspect, you also have your family. You also have relationships. Okay? You also, to an extent, need finance for that. Okay? And then there is your relationship with God. Now, your relationship with God, um, um, we are expected to, maybe there's an inspiration in your heart, give to the poor, or your church is doing something, or for those of us here that are not Christians, your church or your mosque is doing something, and you need to add some money to sponsor that and all of that, you know, that's where finance comes in. Now, in your relationships, when you merge your relationships and your relationship with God, that's where purpose is born. Now, what is purpose really? your purpose or your passion could be orphan or giving to the poor. Some people, their purpose and passion is to travel the world. You know, you need finance for that. So for a well-balanced and aligned life, you need to integrate your career, your relationships. This is both external and internal. That's family as well as external relationships. And your relationship with God. That's what makes up your life. And then you need finance for every aspect of this. Okay? I just wanted to put that out there so that you know how important it is for you to earn a living. Okay? Now let's talk about financial sustainability without compromising purpose. Now we are going to go into another interactive session. At this point, ID. Okay, no, at this point, let me remove this and come back here. And I have a question. What's the first thing that you do when you want to build a house? What's the first thing that you do when you want to build a house? Okay? People are saying you plan. Draw the building plan. Planning, draw the building plan. Design the architectural design. Make a building plan. Okay. So if I'm right, just show of hands with the reaction button. ID say you don't have. I was going to say that. You know, I guess it says if you don't have a land yet, maybe you should buy the land first. Yes. Favor says acquire a land. Okay. Blessing says envision what you want to build and how to do it. Okay. Now, if you want to build a house, first is you buy land. Now, liken that land to school, education. So you've bought your land, you've gotten your education. What's next after buying land? That's where the house plan or the architectural design comes in, right? So liken it to career now. The plan or the architectural design is finding your career path, okay? Then after you have done that, what next do you do? You start the foundation. If you had all the money now, we're looking at it like you have all the money, right, that you need. Awesome. So buying land is education. Your house plan slash architectural design is finding your career path. And then you build the foundation. You start building the foundation. This is structure. How do you lay structure in your career? In your career path, you have the beginning and you have the end. So for example, you have decided that you want to be into HR. Or, you know, a lot of people think that career path finding is always 9 to 5. So let's leave that. So your career path, you've decided that your career path is that you want to, let me take something that seems like it's small. You want to sell puff puff. And your career path, your vision for your career is that the whole world will know you for small jobs. Okay? And then you're drawing that architectural plan. Okay, where am I now? Let me start with selling puff puff to my colleagues or to the people around me. After I've sold to the people around me and used them to test the product, I will start asking for referrals. That's a step ahead, right? Where you've gone from selling to the people you know to the people that you don't know. Or if it's Akara, at a point, you now start selling at the bus stop near your house. Now, in mapping out that career path, you look at the major bus stops around you. Okay, I'll start with one bus stop near my house. After that, I'll hire people and put them in Obalende bus stop. After that, I'll hire another batch of people and put them in CMS. After that, I'll move and have some people in Ibadan. That's a career path, right? Because this Akara seller now wants to be a global name, maybe in Lagos State, or wants to extend it to Oyo State, So you have your map. That's your architectural design. And then you now start building the foundation. The foundation is that structure that you are laying, okay? Structure, in this case, for this Akara seller, is managing the finance, knowing when to bring in new hands. In fact, maybe I should even ask this question. How many of us are career people here? Heidi, I don't know if you have that information from the data that you collected. How many people are 9-to-5 workers, corporates here? And how many of us are business people? That will also help me in the analogies that I'm giving. Okay, so when you have laid the foundation, which is that structure, you then start building on that structure. That is why it is very, very important for you to know your career path before you start building. Now, at the point where you have now completed that building to an extent, is now when we can relate it to, let's say, impacts. Okay? Oh, this building is coming up. They've done the ground floor. They've done the lintel. They've done the second floor. People are beginning to notice around. Okay? By the time you now get to the roofing stage, that's where I would liken it to being added to corporate boards. You're now a board member in different organizations or different corporates. You are now being invited globally to come and talk about what you do. Okay? So that's what's it called? Foundation. Okay? Now, people that don't follow this structure when building, that's where you now start seeing faulty foundation. Maybe the foundation that you build is for a bungalow and you build a 3-story on it. That's where you see buildings start crumbling, right? The quality of materials that you used, the quality of materials that were used were not okay. That's where you see buildings start cracking. So talking about foundation, most of the time when we look around us, we'll say, I graduated in 2018. And this person that just graduated yesterday, this person has already gotten a job in so and so place. Our paths are different. Because when you start looking at all of that, that's where you now start making mistakes, right? It's good to see that, acknowledge it, appreciate it, but remain focused, okay? I just wanted to put that out there, okay? And then the foundation that you build depends on the structure that you want, okay? So that's why you will see that medical doctors, they stay in school for 6 years. There are some people that do OND 1 year, HND another 1 year, okay? There are people that do BSc, 4 years. And then there are the lawyers that do their courses for 5 years and then do 1 year. What's that thing that they call it? I can't remember it right now. So in your career, first, find out your purpose. What is your purpose? What is your career plan? Build a structure and create systems for that purpose. And then that's when you start growing. Always respect the process that you are going through. There will always be struggles. There will be struggles whether you have purpose. There will be struggles whether you don't have purpose. There will be struggles when you have a career path, you've mapped it out, you have your architectural design. There will be struggles if you don't have a career path. I will always say this. Oh, this is so hard. Why do I have to do it now? No, let me postpone it. Why should I study a course for 1 year? Or why should I study this course for 2 years? Other people are doing their own in 6 months. Why can't I do mine in 3 months? The truth of the matter is that whether you do it, whether you don't do it, that 1 year will still pass. The difference is who you are at the end of that 1 year. Expect that there will be struggles, but build structures and systems that will help you to withstand them. And then practice hopeful contentment. Be grateful for today and intentional about tomorrow. There will always be someone higher. There will always be someone better. There will always be someone that is not, that where you are is their prayer point. Okay? So you have to, that's why you have to have a picture of where you are going to so that you can be able to recognize the point where you are at. Okay? Now, let's talk about structures, systems, and long-term planning. Discipline refers to consistent habits, patience, and long-term planning. This can turn challenges into opportunities. Now, because you know where you are and where you are going to, when you start facing challenges, you know, a lot of times people feel that challenges is when they are against you. But in this context, what I'm talking about challenges is when you're struggling with the workload of what you have to do. Burning the midnight candle. Everybody else is going out and doing oblé. Why do I have to be here reading this thing and struggling with learning Microsoft Excel? Why can't I just put it on ChatGPT and ChatGPT gives me something and I copy and paste? Okay? Discipline includes daily habits, focus, and knowing your next career step. Now, when you have drawn out that your career plan, I personally always like to know what the next 2 steps are. Because it's very, very rare that if you are jumping, you will jump more than 2 steps, okay? So I always like to know what the next 2 steps are, and then I start preparing for them. So for example, I'm a front desk person, and I know that my aim is to become a chief operating officer or a chief administrator. So I'm a front desk person, and I know that the next step is for me to be an admin assistant, and the next step after that is for me to be an admin supervisor, okay? When I know what those next 2 steps are, I will take on challenges that will build me for those next 2 steps. I may just be a front desk officer now, receiving visitors and all of that. But when an opportunity comes for me to say, oh, you're struggling with this, man, let me help you out with this, I'll take that opportunity. Why? You can't go wrong knowing the work, okay? Now, another thing we should have is the right attitude. How humble are you? How teachable are you? Prioritize discipline over discomfort. This helps you to build resilience. I've had several occasions where I'm at work, I'm working in a particular place, or maybe I've gotten a new job or something, and it now seems like everything is strange to me. Like, for example, when I joined oil and gas newly, everything they were saying sounded like Greek, you know? And that was after like 12, 13 years. Everything that they were, it was like a completely different system, completely different language, you know? And I was like, at a point, I started doubting my competence, right? Well, I do that a lot, especially when I'm in a new place. That's how I actually know that I made the right move because a one-eyed man in the land of the blind, you know the rest of the story. So when I go to a new place and I don't understand what they are doing, that is an opportunity for me to stretch myself and learn. So that's when I start doing a lot of research. I start asking a lot of questions. I double down and start doing the work. And as I fail, I learn more ways not to do it. And after some time, give me 6 months to 1 year, I'm up to speed to an extent. And then I keep growing for that after that, right? So prioritize discipline over discomfort. This my boss. Why is she always giving me her work to do? This. It's her work to do now, but she's being paid and she's not giving me the salary. I'm a front desk person, yet I'm doing report for the entire department. Prioritize discipline over discomfort. Everybody else has left the office, and I'm still here struggling with this Excel sheet, struggling with this report, struggling with this PowerPoint, this, that. Prioritize discipline over discomfort. Because once you know it, you know it. The same way that maybe when we were younger, we struggled with memorizing 36 states and capitals, memorizing our timetable. Those teachers, some of them are gone now. It's now their grandchildren that are around, right? But they can't take that knowledge away from us. They can't take that capability away from us. Prioritize discipline because once you know it, you know it. Okay? Now, fear doesn't always equal the wrong decision. Fear in this instance is, for example, when I mentioned that when I joined the oil and gas industry or when I start a new job, it always seems as if, oh my God. Anyway, the devil is a wicked, he's a very bad devil. In my head, be like, you don't enter. They will see now that the hype is not real. And then there's this serious fear that grips me. But guess what? I use that fear as the fuel to fuel my discipline. Any meeting they call, I'm there, I'm listening. And as they are talking, when they say another one that I don't know, I go to Google, what's the meaning of this one? Oh, okay. You know, and all that, right? Fear does not always equal the wrong decision, okay? Be patient. Be strategic about your patience. Thoughtful patience always pays off. Now, in a case where you have done all of these, prioritize discipline, focus, daily task, all that, and then it still seems like you're still in the same place. This woman is still giving me her reports to do. I'm still doing 10 people's work in this one-man business. Remember, your current role is a training ground, not a permanent address. So when you are stuck, this is what I do when I'm stuck. I seek spiritual clarity. I go, I pray about it, and I say, this is what is happening. I feel overwhelmed. I feel agitated. I don't know what's going on. After you have prayed about it, sought clarity, casted and binded all the demons, and it still continues. Instead of panicking, observe. Assume that there's still something to learn. This way, you will stay receptive rather than reactive. Another thing that helps me is this. Think about it. This pressure, is it internal pressure? Is it coming from me? Am I the one panicking? I'm going to fail at this. How will I blah, 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 blah. You know, all of that we say to ourselves, right? Or is it coming from the outside where you know that you have evidence because you know perspective also. You have evidence that somebody is trying to make you lose your job. And that somebody is maybe the top person in the organization. Okay? If the pressure is internal, it's just you that you're getting easily irritated with everything that is happening in the organization. You're getting impatient about, where you are and all of that. If that's the pressure that is making you feel stuck, please focus and get your job done. That's just you in your comfort zone, familiarity, and see finish has entered. So now, because you're there now and you know everything that is happening, you're beginning to poke holes in what they're doing. But remember, they are the ones that own your paycheck anyway, that aside. But now, if the pressure is, maybe, and I'm not talking about colleagues now, maybe a particular person in a place of authority is trying to ensure that you fail or lose your job or whatever. That's where prayer comes in, okay? Because either you pray that person out or you pray yourself out, but there has to be an out somewhere around there, okay? So now, these are the things that I do, okay, that have worked for me for over 17 years, okay? Now, many people feel stuck, right? Then they assume that they are undervalued, and then they quit prematurely. I personally know someone very close to me, or two people. It breaks my heart till tomorrow. He was working in a very good organization as a researcher. And this office gossip thing is a big problem. They have been talking, these people, this is how they behave. It's only their people that they bring. Oh, it's only their people that they promote. This, that, and all of that. And then his line manager moved on, resigned, got another place and all of that. So because he had been the one carrying the department in quotes, I'm the one doing the report. My line manager asked me all the questions before he does anything, and all of that. So ideally, I should be the succession plan. So his line manager moved on and somebody else was hired over him. Guess what he did? He resigned. That was 10 years ago. He has not been able to get another job. He has not been able to get another job since then. I know another person that's, I've been working in this thing, the same thing. These people, they know they promote, they've even now started hiring younger people. And the younger people that they're hiring are earning more than us. Oh, this, that, all of that. This one happened, that one happened, that. In fact, I'm going to start business. I'm going to start my business, blah, 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 blah. She resigned and started the business. The person she partnered with to do the business, I don't know the English to use for that. Sha took over the business and kicked her out. It's 8 years now. She has not been able to get another job. Okay? Now, there are also some people that, any pressure, they resign and get another job. Any pressure, they resign, they get another job. Any pressure, they resign, they get another job. But if you notice, look through the trajectory of that person's profile or their CV. There's no loyalty. And no large corporate wants to hire anyone that doesn't have a history of loyalty. Remember, where you are is a training ground. Yes, they are paying others higher than me, and me, I'm earning small. It's a training ground. Oh, I'm working in a one-man business. There are businesses that are 100-man business, board directors, this, that. Where you are is a training ground. Remember to practice intentional contentment. Be content with where you are. Because, yes, this salary that they even give us is not enough, but it's at least it's doing something. Do you understand? So many people feel stuck, assume that they are undervalued, and quit prematurely. Now, my model is when I feel stuck, I seek alignment, I grow capacity. In fact, sometimes there are things that happen in the workplace that upset me. And I take up a training. I'm like, oh, so because of this thing that I don't know, that's why people brought this person to do it a bit. I'll go and learn it. I'll go and learn it and put it in my archives. When another opportunity comes and they're like, oh, this person is swamped, I need somebody to do it. Oh, I can do it. And I get it done. And I keep getting it done until I master it. And then it becomes mine, right? I grow capacity. And then when an opportunity comes for me to move, I move. What do I mean by opportunity? Opportunity maybe for another job. When another job comes, I look at it, look at what I'm supposed to be doing, look at the growth trajectory in capacity, the quality. I'm always very particular about the quality of work done. Okay. And then I have a checklist of things I look out for in a new job, apart from money. And then if I see at least 60, 70% of my checklist ticked off in that new opportunity, I move. Okay. So fill stock, seek alignment, grow capacity, move. Another thing I also tell people, if they don't fire you, right, don't leave a job without another one in your hand. Okay. So do your interviews, get the job, get the letter. You sign, they will sign and say, we look forward to having you before you resign. Okay. Now, positioning yourself for leadership and long-term relevance. To do this, you need to identify and develop high-value skills. Mastery and strategic skill development secure long-term relevance and leadership potential. When you are a master in what you do and you strategically develop your skills, that's when you secure long-term relevance and your leadership potential keeps increasing. Okay. So, oh, this person knows how to do this. I've even seen this person start training others and how to do it. I think this person has leadership potential. Let's do. That's why you now see acting supervisor, acting. Oh, the line manager just resigned. This person be doing it first. Let's see before we hire someone. Your leadership potential is growing. Okay. You can never. I learned this thing very early. Thank God. I learned it very early in my career. And it keeps ringing in my head. You can never go wrong knowing the work. You can't go wrong knowing the work. Can't go wrong knowing the work. There are organizations, right, that, yes, so it is very important that you have a very strong, good emotional intelligence, good character, good behavior, you know, all of that, humble, nice, a good person, and then you know the work. That's the perfect balance. Okay. For smaller organizations, I'm going to crack a joke now. Smaller organizations, smaller to mid-level organizations, in fact, everybody really prefers someone that has really good character, that they can develop their skills. Now, there are some very rare skills, extremely rare skills that are very hard to find and very expensive. So what happens in that case where the organization is stranded and, for example, oh, you can't produce any form of oil if you don't have this person in your corner, you know? Sometimes I found out that sometimes they lay down a little bit on the character aspect. So the joke I wanted to crack is, if you have bad character and you don't want to change, go and learn a very rare skill. Go and learn a very rare skill. Anyway, to give it a little more balance, right? Even in your growing phase, if you have bad character, you won't even learn what you're supposed to learn anyway. But that aside, avoid comparison, stay in your lane and focus on sustainable growth. My friend's salary, me and her we were roommates, so me and this guy were the ones hanging out together in those days now. Now he's a big boy. He has a house in Lekki, and I'm still here in Ebeda. Focus, stay on your lane. People's paths are different. That's what brings discontentment. Stay in your lane. This guy, he just told me now he bought one trouser, 300,000 for what? Stay in your lane. If your money can afford you yaba, go to yaba, buy it, wash it, wear it. I actually forgot. I said I was going to wear one of my yaba tops today, but I forgot, right? I got it a long time ago, in a time where I was staying in my lane as well. I'm still in my lane anyway. Where, you know, you see this life here, we are all on different paths. And I have learned that with time. If you don't look at your path, if you don't focus on your path, you will stray. That person that is distracting you will get to their destination and you will just be going around in circles. And before you know it, you are 55, you don't have a skill, you've not made impact. All you do is just complain. One time in a bus, when I used to board public transport, there was this guy. He said, "This Lagos rubbish. I've been in this Lagos for 40 years. Just they are nothing." And in my mind, I'm like, oh my, in fact, if I've been in Lagos for 40 years and I have nothing to show for it, I won't even be saying it out loud. So you just see them in a cycle of complain. Is everybody's fault but your own. It's because you removed your eye from you took your eyes off the target. You took your eyes off the target. Focus on your lane. Build capacity as you are walking, because on that path, there will be mountains, there will be rivers, there will be rocks. So it's either you get to a mountain and you see, I can't climb this thing, and you go back. Or you look at it and you say, this mountain will take me 10 years to climb. But after 10 years, you'll be at the top of the mountain. So whether you go back or you climb that mountain, 10 years will pass. Where will you be after 10 years? Will you be at the top of the mountain or at the starting point? The next is build skills that are in demand and create visibility. Everybody's talking about AI. We're going to talk about that. AI is here for our jobs. AI is going to take our jobs. AI is flying. AI is jumping. We'll get there. Another thing is strategic humility. Start small, learn from anyone, and prepare for the next role. Me, when I want to learn, I don't care if you're 12 or 13 or 15 or 70. If you know what I want to learn, oh yes, ma. You know you're my mentor. They always think I'm joking when I say that. Please help me, teach me. Especially when I go to a new organization and I see people that have been there before me. If you have been in an organization before me, you're my mentor. Whether I come in as a chief of staff or not. How now they do for you? How is it? Oh, really? Oh, wow. Oh, this person that I'm working with, how does he prefer his reports to be done? Or does he prefer, if I come in the morning, I'll come and greet him and go to my seat? Or does he prefer that I should just go straight to my office and go and get the work done? You know that thing that they used to do on Instagram or social media? And that's all now they do for a year. Be humble, be teachable, because you know what your goal is. You know what your target is. In fact, those people self that you're seeing that are, this guy is flying, he's jumping. I find out from him, hey, how did you get this? What skill? Oh, is that what they, okay. Well done. Go and see if it's a skill that you can get. And then there's something else I always see. The people that are flying and jumping that you're looking at, what they did when they tell you what they did to fly and jump, will you be able to do it? For some people, it's burning the midnight candle. For some people, there are some people that will tell you that for 24 hours, they did not sleep. They were trying to code something. They were trying to write code, and the code was not working. It kept failing. They have not slept in 24 hours. They have not slept in 36 hours. Can you do it? There are some other people that blew suddenly. They'll not tell you, oh, they went to Dubai and saw one Arab man. Can you do it? Focus. gather information, sieve the chaff, throw it away, take the wheat, and see if it's something you can work with. Okay? And then your relationship with God. I'm a Christian. I don't play with my relationship with the Holy Spirit. And there's a way that God works with me as well that I really, really appreciate. He gives some instructions, and sometimes I'm like, small me, this big thing. I beg, wait first, Lord, wait. So if I'm scrolling on Instagram, I'll start seeing everything about that thing, directions on how to do that thing. And I'm like, I'll say, if it's Instagram that is the thing that you want to use to convince me, let me drop it first. I'll drop that one. And then some random person, maybe in church or somewhere in the office, not come and say, Chiso, this, what do you think? Do it now. And I'm like, oh God, at this point, if I don't do this at this point, it's now gross disobedience. But different people have different ways that God talks to them and God works with them. Okay? Faith-led decisions guide timing and growth. I've had times where I've got the inspiration in my heart to make some declarations and say, this is what I'm going to get at so and so time. And I believe God for it and I get it. Okay? And sometimes I believe God for it and I don't get it, but I still focus. Okay? Yes. So I said we're going to talk about AI. High earners are problem solvers with rare skills. That's why you will see that you have 15 years experience in customer service and someone else has 5 years in data analytics and you're earning 300,000 after 15 years of customer service. And the data guy is earning 7 million net per month. They also give him a car and they're paying his rent. They give him accommodation. He has HMO for himself, his wife, and 4 children, even though he's not married. And they've told him that peradventure, if he has a child, they will pay the child's school fees. High earners are problem solvers with rare skills. AI will not replace professionals. Professionals who understand AI will replace those who don't. ChatGPT. Anything they tell you, you carry it, you put it at ChatGPT, answer the question. ChatGPT will now answer the question based on Nigeria context, Arab context, Dominican Republic context, UK context, mix it all together for you, send it to you, and say this is it. You take it like that, copy, paste. You go and use it to disgrace yourself. God will help all of us. AI will not replace professionals. Professionals who understand AI will replace those who do not. So skills that you should get: AI and digital intelligence skills, AI literacy. What is this AI? How can it be used? It's supposed to be an enhancer, not a bus stop. Okay? Data literacy. How to understand data, how to report data, how to compress data, how to expand data. Automation thinking. This manual. Is there a way we can automate this? Digital adaptability. You come to an organization and maybe the ERP that they're using is strange. How adaptable are you? How fast can you learn it? Analytical thinking. You come, you're given a task to do. How many possible options can you think through to get yourself to the finish line for that? If someone just comes to you with a strange topic and says, what do you think of this? Can you engage your brain, analyze that thing, and come up with a response? And the thing about analytical thinking is that we feel that we always have to be right. Sometimes analytical thinking, there's really no right or wrong answer. We just want to know how you think. Oh, okay. And it gives us a fresh perspective. There are times that organizations hire people from outside instead of promoting people within because they say the people here have worked for like 15 years, but we want a fresh outlook. We want a fresh perspective. They just bring in one person to see whether this person can think differently from them and enhance what they are doing. Data analysis. So that's where you have Excel. Okay, thank you. Analytical thinking, data analysis, industry-specific depth plus cross-functional awareness. So, for example, if you're a HR person, you should have industry-specific knowledge or trainings on HR. So HR in FMCG is a bit different from HR in oil and gas, different from HR in consulting, and so on and so forth. And then cross-functional awareness. You are a HR person, but also know what other people are doing. That's cross-functional awareness. How fast are you in learning? That's your learning agility and adaptability. And then emotional intelligence and influence. Now, leveraging professional excellence for broader impacts. Your career is a vehicle to bring solutions, develop people, and create lasting legacies. Impact is equal to problem solving plus measurable change for others. Career influence goes beyond income. Your work shapes systems, people, and companies. Strive not to be a success, but rather to be of value. My personal framework is purpose, structure and discipline, skill development, professional excellence, then legacy and impact. Because here I am now teaching you guys what I've learned over the years. When you have purpose, it gives you direction. Structures and systems builds capacity. Skill masteries secures relevance. And then excellence creates impact. Finally, don't build a career that only pays your bills. Build one that sustains your life, sharpens your relevance, and frees you to fulfill your purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Okay, that was wow. Thank you so much, Ma. Please, guys, my chat box needs to be busting with your questions. So we're gonna take the next 15 minutes to answer any questions you got. And I have a question that has been on my mind for a while. So by privilege of moderating this session, I'm gonna go first. um, what is the biggest mistake that young career professionals make under the first or within the first 5 years?
Sorry, I'm reading the chat. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say? Can you
Okay,
take that again?
okay, Ma. So I said my question is, what is the biggest mistake that young career professionals make within their first 5 years? Because I think the first 5 years is the foundation is where they start building and start working. For career professionals, I'm not sure about business, but
Yeah, so to an extent, it's transferable, both career
okay.
and business and all of that. So in the first 5 years, so the first 5 years would be after NYSC, because we start counting experience from when you have completed your NYSC. So there are different mistakes that young people do. First, when you have done something for 2, 3, 4, 5 years and you feel like you're stuck there and that's the only thing that you can do, so it's already too late for you. That's a huge mistake. You can start at any time. Another mistake that young professionals do in the first 5 years is wanting to jump.
Mm-hmm.
I've been 5 years. Now 5 years is plenty now. Why am I not manager? Calm down. Learn. Your 5-year-old child, does the child drive? Do you understand?
Yes.
You are over, I don't want to use overreaching, where you're not content with where you are. So when you're not content with where you are, you don't double down and study, build. So in answer to your question, the greatest mistake young professionals make in the first 5 years of their career is they don't develop themselves. Development in this case is, do I know what I'm supposed to do? This is my job that I'm doing. Do I know it well? Do I know my manager's work? Do I know it well? Do I know what the business does? Do I know it well? And then in the industry, do I have an idea of what the industry is doing? That's
Okay.
what I mean by developing yourself. That's the mistake that a lot of young professionals do. That's why after 5 years, you come in for an interview and they're asking you questions and you don't know anything. You can't respond to the questions intelligently. Okay? Because in interviews, there are two ways you can respond to a question. Oh, I have actually done this. This is what I have done. And it's fine. There's another way you can respond to the question. Okay, I haven't actually done this because I haven't had the opportunity in my office. However, I know that these are the steps that you take to get this done. And out of these steps, I have experience in this part in my company, in this part in my company, and so on and so forth.
Okay. All right.
I hope
Thank you
that
so
answers
much,
your
Ma.
question. Yes.
Yes, it does. It does. We have a question from Jimo Latifat at Denike. Latifat says, how can one balance work, business, and career? So I take it that what she does for work is not her career path, and she's trying to break into a certain career path. And she's also doubling a business, which I believe is like a side business. And she's asking, how can she balance all these three things?
Okay. How can you balance work, business, and career? Okay, I've seen the question. How can one balance work 9 to 5, business and career? First, career and work. If you have your career path already and you're within it in the job that you're doing, that's already a balance, right? And then in balancing work and business, work, business, work, business. These ones are giving you steady income every month.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you prioritize. That's what you prioritize. That's why sometimes business for me, after work, quickly get some things done, put in extra hours, get some things done, Saturdays, Sundays, and when your business grows, you can get in people that can help you delegate some stuff and all of that. Work first, business first. Now, there are people that are working so that their business can grow to the point that it comes here. At the point where you have set a target for yourself and your business has now become your work, you can then let go of the work and focus on your business. So, in balancing your work, your 9 to 5, and your business, work comes first, business after. If you're selling things on social media, all of that is either you respond to messages either in the night, early in the morning before work starts, or at your lunch break. Focus on your work, get your work done. If you have KPIs, actual results that are expected from you in your job, make sure that you are delivering on that. For example, I will not say because I'm running TTN consulting, the 100 and something rules that they've said I should feel, I will not feel it. No, I'll focus on that, get it done, and then balance this. Just be giving this maybe 80/20. I
Okay.
hope that answers
Thank
your
you
question.
so much, Ma.
Yeah.
Jimo Latifat, does that answer you? Are you okay with it? So we have a question from James Ahenda. As a teenager still figuring out my path, how can I start building consistent daily habits and long-term planning right now, even with school and distractions, so that my current struggles like exam or not knowing what career to choose become stepping stones instead of roadblocks? Any simple routine or mindset shift you could recommend for someone my age?
Hi, James. You are at an awesome age. So right now that you're in school, your long-term planning is how to come out of that school with either 2-1 or first class. Because you've already started school now. You're not going to change course, right? And then Nigeria is such that to an extent, it's not what you study that you actually practice, really. Except maybe, well, sometimes, most of the time, it's not what you study that you actually practice, right? But your priority now is your education. Your long-term plan for now is how to come out of school with 2-1 or first class. That gives you an edge in the job market. And then when it comes to career path and all of that, what you should do, the way I did mine was there are some a test online that I did that told me where my skill, the kind of careers that my skill set and my personality can do. So HR was one of them, administration was one of them, some other things. So I chose human resources. So you can take tests like that. They're online, just Google it. I don't have anyone in mind right now. None comes to mind right now. Google that. See the areas of interest, pick maybe 3, go and study them, research. You have so much time. Oh my God, you have so much time. Study it, research, get to know it. What's the starting point? What's the end point? Is this something, if you want to go abroad, is this something that I can get a job abroad, and all of that and all that. And then, like I said, prioritize your education. And then after that, you can now start learning some things in those areas. When you have gotten at least maybe 50-60% of the skill, you can then start looking for internships. So I want to do this. Let me help you do this. Even if it's in your church, let me, if it's graphics, coding, let me help you do this, so that you can develop your skill, okay? And then by the time you come out of school, you can then start putting word out. This is what I have. This is what I know how to do and all of that. Target graduate trainee programs. A lot of large corporates do graduate trainee programs. And graduate trainee programs, usually what they would do is that they will put out an ad, maybe 10,000 people will apply. They'll give psychometric testing, they'll do assessment centers, and then they employ those people as graduate trainees. They are called graduate trainees because they will shuffle through all the departments in the organization. And then based on their potential and their skills, they'll then deploy them to a particular place. So based on what it is that you have chosen for your career path, that you have learned some skills and all of that, when they see those skills, that's where they will send you to. So if it's petroleum engineering, they'll send you maybe to wells or drilling or geologists, and stuff, and so on and so forth. So current struggles, exam pressure is good pressure. Let it pressure you to not sleep. Go and read your book. Okay? Use it. Prioritize that 2-1 of first class. I hope that answers your question. Simple routine or mindset shifts. Simple routine, read your book. Mindset shift, focus. That's my recommendation. I hope that answers your question.
Okay. We have our next question. Please, James Adenha, please I hope I did more than you. Please respond in the chat that you are okay with.
Yes, he has.
If you have more questions, please put it in the chat. You need more clarity. We still have at least 5 minutes. There's a question from Deborah. Deborah says she's in administration and she wants to be balanced globally. She's asking you to please recommend certifications that she could take.
Okay, so I'm not going to recommend certifications that you will take, because there are some things I want you to do, because you will not always see me. So when I recommend a certification and you do it, what next? So you are in administration and you want to be balanced globally, okay? Go and research. What does an administrator do? I don't know how many years of experience that you have, right? Go and research. An administrator that has 5 years experience, what are the competencies I'm supposed to have? What is the job description? What are the things I'm supposed to be doing now? Okay? and what possible training or certification do I need to do now? In fact, when you find out what a 5-year experience administrator is supposed to be doing now, this is global standard now, right? But start with Nigeria, this is where you are, okay? Because you will not bring global standard to an organization that is not doing global standard. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so find out what it is an administrator of 5 years is supposed to do. What is the scope? Does this person manage vendors? Does this person manage inventory? Does this person manage logistics? Find out. Then look through that. Which one do you not know? That's the one you should go and learn. Let me also tell you that there are people that have certifications, but they don't know anything. Okay, so balance. Go and learn that one. If it requires a certification, yes, there are some specific skills that you need to have certifications on. Get the certification, but there are some things you really just need to know how to do. Okay, so that's my advice to you.
Okay. Deborah. Okay. So Blessing Bamboye. Please, this would be our last question for this morning. Blessing Bamboye says, what are those specific traits, qualities, skills that you would want to see in people's CVs, especially in the oil and gas sector and in FMCGs?
Okay, so for every recruiter or every recruiter worth their salt, before you start looking for candidates, there's a job description. So what's the skills, qualities, traits that I want to see on the CV? I have a job description and I have a CV. I compare. If there is relatively a match, I put a call through for an interview or something. And then during the conversation, we'll know whether it's actual work done or it's copy and paste. Maybe in those days, myself, I did this when I just came out of school. I just took my sister's CV, removed her name, put my name. Whether it's Bobo, whether it's real. That's what happens in the interview room. Okay. So, for example, I can't see emotional intelligence in a CV, right? But I can see trajectory in a CV. So you say that you are a HR person, maybe the first 3 years of your life, teaching, front desk, sales, stuff like that. And then at a point, you stumble into the HR thing, right? When you were a HR person in this place, what exactly did you do? When you moved from there to another place, what are those line items of things that you did? Does it match what I'm looking for? HR is very vast. There's payroll, there's compensation and benefits, there's recruitment, there's learning and development and all of that. So it depends on what I'm looking for, really. So when I see what I have in my job description in that CV, and I look at the industry that you have worked in, and it's similar to what the industry I'm working in looks like, that gives you a chance, that gives you an edge. That's why this thing that they say, any job that come, any adverts, apply. It's a lie. They will not call you. Unless it's Chike and Sons, right? Because Chike and Sons wants anybody. Okay? So I look at my job description, I look at your CV. If there's a match, I call you for a conversation. And then in that conversation, in that interview, it could be a panel interview, it could be one-on-one. We do panel interviews a lot. We ask you questions, competency-based questions, right? So these aspects, how have you done it before? How did you do it? What did you do? What was the outcome? And so on and so forth and so forth. It's very important that you, in your interviews, you use the STAR approach. What was the situation? What was the task that was required to be done? What was the action that you took? And what was the result of what you did? So that you're not rambling. And see, I can assure you, for those large corporates that you're targeting, FMCG, oil and gas, all the, this thing that they say, talk confidently, just say, just they talk, they no go no. We know. If you don't know it, you don't know it. The English is not going to cover it, right? That's why I said you can never go wrong knowing the work. Okay? So if there's a match, you call for an interview, we have a conversation. If there's a further match, we move you ahead. So that's what we look out for. I don't know if that answers your question. There's no 7 keys to really know the work.
Okay. Please, can we Can we show our excitement in the chat? Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for this amazing session. My notebook is full. I've taken so much, and there are a lot of things that I didn't even know I would have needed when walking into an interview room from this last question. So thank you so much, Ma. The STAR approach is what I'm going to use to answer all questions. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. Okay. So
Thank you so much for
in
the
the next,
opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
thank you, Ma. Okay. So in the
Sorry,
next
ID, before you
few
go,
seconds, we're going to
ID,
bring on our convener, the executive
ID,
director
before you
of White
go.
Sips Foundation, to introduce something that we all would want to listen to.
No,
Excitement
ID.
in the chat, please. Drum roll. Rolls.
Hi everyone. ID, if you can hear me, I've been saying before you go, it's not even about that. I really, before Mrs. Chisom goes, I want to say, like, I've been writing. In fact, the way I'm writing, you think I'm a job seeker. Thank you so much, Ma, because first of all, is how soft spoken, it made it even enter more deeply because the way you were dropping those lines, like, my writing pad is actually full, and I had to go and get people that I know that did not plan to be in this session to join the room while you were speaking, because it's better to just hear from the horse's mouth. And for me, it's the practicality of it. It's, the intentionality of the delivery and how relatable, the stories are. And while you were speaking, I was like, the people that are in this room are really blessed to be hearing this, because some of us just found our way in the career world and we're just making all of the mistakes that could have been avoided just because we didn't have a room like this. So I want to first of all say thank you, for taking your time to even put the presentation slide together, and for really just sharing. I know when we put the brief together, we had something, but you really just went above and beyond. And I'm very, I'm very, 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 very grateful that we had. And I really want us, those of us in the chat, because I don't know your energy. I tell you that this is a youth room. It's not for elderly people, right? So the energy has to give as it should give. And thank you for everyone that has been engaging. But I really also would love to hear. That's why I was stopping ID. I want some people to unmute because I don't want to assume, right? I know we've said things here, but I want to hear maybe from two people, what really stood out for you and how you intend to apply it, because now we're going into the nitty gritty. And somebody was asking for one more, I think it was Blessing saying, please, I think he has one more question. So, Idea, I would like to appeal to you, our able moderator, and I see another hand up, but I feel like some people still have questions. And the whole point of putting this together is to be able to provide guidance and, clarity. So, ID, do we have your permission to please take a few more questions? Of course, Miss Chisholm's as well. I know that the time we gave you, we're now eating into your personal time. But please, ID, confirm that we can take two more questions.
Yes,
Are we
Ma.
are we good,
Um,
ID? I don't know if you're speaking.
two questions,
All
Ma.
right.
I am actually two questions.
Okay, so I've got Deborah's hand up, and I saw Blessing ask for I think a slot to ask for more question. Please, yes, and then Mr. Shoma, I was going to say, please share your social media handle so we can connect with you on LinkedIn, on Instagram, wherever we can continue this relationship, please, for everybody. I think someone is also asking the same. So you can just drop, or you can
Okay, I
also
have
put it
some
in
of
the
my people. I
community.
have some of my people here, Lydie and
Okay.
Fola. Please, if you could do that.
Uh,
Then, Ivy, if there's a way to also, I don't know, maybe you can
mm,
talk about that offline. Maybe share the data of the people in the meeting so that we can
okay.
send them emails, with the information that they need and all of that. And I'm sure
Uh,
this is a beginning of a lot more collaborations going forth. I believe that we'll do more together. But for now, I think the social media handles and all of that, they'll share that. shortly, and then we'll also share with you so that you can share with them as well. That's fine.
Okay, thank you so much, ma. We'll be happy to share. So ID will be in touch with, I believe Fola already has talk. All right. So ID, back to you. I think we can take the two questions and then we'll run to the next session. Thank you so much, ma.
Okay. Because of time, Deborah, what's your question? Deborah Ubaga, your hand is up. Okay,
Okay,
for
thank you.
Blessing,
Yes.
Blessing was
I
saying,
Yeah,
asking
Deborah, you
for
can unmute
contact.
now. I've sent you the request to unmute.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I think I've already answered Blessing's question because Blessing was asking about how to reach HR personnel. So that's fine. So it's just Deborah. So Deborah, when you're ready.
Deborah, you can unmute, please.
Okay. Maybe she's not going to ask.
Deborah, we may need to move on from here because of time. Okay, do you want to maybe drop the question in the chat then? We have just a few minutes for this. Okay, that's all right. Deborah, but we can, I mean, if you're part of the community, we're happy to extend your question to me. I would have really loved to hear you ask the question, especially because we made this exception for you, but it's okay if you're not able to speak, but you can drop it in the chat and we'll get it across to Mrs. Chisom if she happens to have dropped off from the call by the time your question comes. But thank you again, Mrs. Chisom. Please let's show our appreciation one more time for this amazing session. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. Of course, I'll see you after this session. I'll call you. I tried to do that before you came on, but yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so I see the appreciations coming in. Thank you so much, Ma. We're very grateful. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to have more sessions like this with Mrs. Chisom. You know, like I said yesterday, 2 days is not enough to achieve what needs to be achieved, right? And I think that's a good introduction to. I talked about the new program that we are launching as YSIPS Foundation, you know, and we've been on for 5 years. We've had different programs with young people. All right, so I see the contact. So you can look in the chat, contact to connect with Mrs. Chisom, Instagram and LinkedIn, and of course her email address. So yeah, make sure you connect. Please don't go and disturb her. I know you guys are world changers, so you're very disciplined people. So make use of the, you know, the privilege that she has given you to connect with her, take advantage of that. And very quickly, because we have 5 minutes now to the next session, I'm going to be talking about the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. I hope I can do justice to this in 5 minutes. Let me share my screen. Please confirm you can hear me loud and clear. Hmm. Okay, so like I said, we've been doing different programs in the last 5 years, and early this year we did a poll because after 5 years, we of course did an impact uh, review just to make sure that we're addressing the needs of young people. And part of that, impact assessment process, we conducted a survey within our community to really just determine prevalent challenges and issues that young people in Africa are facing right now. And from the feedback that we got, of course, we got a lot of responses, but from the feedback that we got, because YSIPs exist to serve young people, our primary vision is to raise young African leaders for global impact. And we have our intervention programs, education, entrepreneurship, mentoring, and leadership. At the heart of it is education and leadership. We don't just want to empower young people with skills, we're also very big on personal transformation, helping you cultivate the right values, the right character. Miss Sumo was speaking, and she talked about, if you wanted to be indispensable in the career world, you better go and pick up, and you still want to retain your bad character, you better go and get a skill that only you would ever know. And someone put in the chat, what kind of skills are there? And I said non-existent, because there is no skill. Nobody holds monopoly of knowledge, right? There is no skill that exists on earth that is only you can be a custodian of. So it's important that you also develop character, because nobody wants to work with a bad character individual, no matter how skillful you are. And then when they find somebody that probably is not even as skillful as you, but they can has enough for them to work with, they will ditch you for the other person. So you want to develop yourself, all be an all-rounder. You have the right character, you have the right competence, and you're consistent, with delivering value. All right. So the Youth Livelihoods and Leadership Program is our newly launched program, and also going to be serving as the flagship development program for young people in Africa. Now, very straight to the point, it's supposed to be a full calendar year program, but the way we are is a 6 months program, of course, that will involve different stages of training, capacity building, and development. Okay, we move from this foundational stage, we move to the specialization tracks, and we move to the leadership program, and we wrap it up with a capstone project, and of course, our annual youth leadership conference in November. Now, the program is a four-phase program, and in the first month, we have the School of Transformation, personal transformation, where we're going to be doing a lot of value-based teaching, a lot of personality development teachings, a lot of character development teachings. Now, this foundational phase is to make sure that you're developing the right competence, the right character, right, to be able to sustain success. What we are doing here is to help you become a successful individual, an individual that can live a life of impact, lead change in your community, build sustainable, livelihood and all of that. But for you to be able to sustain that level of success, you need to have the right, foundational character for it. So the first phase of the program is going to be focusing on personal transformation, just a whole lot happening there. Then the second phase of it is the specialization program. Now, in our community, we have entrepreneurs. If you're a part of our WhatsApp community, you'd have seen the different groups that exist. You have seen the Chainmakers group, you've seen the entrepreneurship group, and all of that. Now, based off of the feedback that we got from the survey that we did, we realized that most young people also have a major livelihood challenge. Livelihood challenge in the sense that some people are out of jobs. The ones that have jobs are not earning enough, okay, to keep head above water. And if you're not somebody that can eat, if you're not somebody that can, that has a place to lay your head, then living a life of impact might be a lot harder for you, because you have those basic worries. And what we want to do is to help you at least build a sustainable livelihood, something that can help you make money, earn money, so that you can also focus on, living a life of impact. And that's why, all of the topics that we're going to be treating today is also going to be pushing you not just to earn money, but also see how you can, leverage the platform that you have, and the income that you have, to make a change in your community. So the second stage has been split into two specialization tracks. So we have the program for the entrepreneurs. So if you're a business owner, that's what you want to build on, you'll be moving to the specialization track for entrepreneurs. And if you're a 9 to 5, so you're a career professional, or you want to build a 9 to 5 career, you're also going to be moving to the class. So it splits up, starts with the general class, which is a School of Personal Transformation, splits into the specialization program. So career people go to do their program, have their classes. Business people go to have their classes. Now, in the career program, there is a two-phase program. There is the skill part of it where you're going to be learning some tech AI related skills, because we can't teach you all of the skills, but we're going to teach you the most relevant ones that will give you an edge and also help you, as you're looking to maybe land jobs or just really transition, to better careers. And then we have the career branding part of the program, because after you have learned those skills, you need to know how to, answer interview questions. You need to know how to position your resume to attract to really just land you those interviews. You also need to know how to brand yourself as somebody that recruiters want to get into their company. And that's that. And then the final phase of the program is the leadership and social impact school. Now, whether you're a career person or a business person, here at YSIPS, our goal is to raise leaders, right? So we always say that impact can be made from anywhere. It doesn't matter. You don't need to have an NGO before you can start making social impact. You don't need to be working in United Nations, which is like the ultimate goal of almost every social impact person, to have to be affiliated with United. No, you don't need to. You can make impact. You can make impact even in your career, even as a 9 to 5. You can make impact even as a business person. So the School of Leadership and Social Impact, everybody comes back together to have that program, which is also going to run. And then this is where you're going to be learning everything social impact, everything civic engagement, everything advocacy. And this is where most of you begin to discover the areas on how you can really just leverage or transition or position your passion to make an impact in your community. Now, in between, we have already, those of you that are in the community know that we give grants to business owners. We give grants to business owners, right? So at the end of each program, there'll be the pitch deck program for the entrepreneurs, and of course, there'll be the whole grant making aspect of it, where you have to apply, pitch, and of course we'll select winners. And also for the social impact program, at the end of the program, we're expecting that the social impact initiatives that some of you are already doing or have birthed for so long will take flight and will then have a partnership. Now, the end of the program, there'll be a graduation ceremony in November for all the people that successfully go through the Youth Leadership and Livelihood Program, and also at the live graduation ceremony, which will be our annual Youth Leadership Conference. We'll also be handing out, the grants and all of the other perks, things to anybody who qualifies for that. So this program is open. Application will be opening up on Monday, and you're expected to apply for it. Now, if you apply, we only have a slot. The slot is open for 100 young people. We're prioritizing women and young ladies, especially in the month of March, again, because of marginalization and all of that. But it's open to every young person between 18 and 35, provided you're of African descent, right? And once you apply, application does not get you into the program automatically. Of course, there is a statement of purpose. There is a whole criteria for acceptance into the program. And when you get on the program, there's a commitment fee. It's a free program. There are some people sponsoring the program, but everybody that gets on the program will pay a commitment fee, because there's so much value you're going to be getting. But don't worry, something you can afford. But it also shows us that you're ready to learn and you're interested in investing in yourself. As a young person, one of the things you need to develop right now is a quest for knowledge. You need to start learning how to invest money in your development and your growth. And of course, as you grow, the budget that you have for that begins to increase. But at whatever level you find yourself, be willing to pay for training, be willing to buy books that can help you grow. So that's that for the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. And right now, we have an opt-in page. You can begin to apply. For those of you who are on this program, so there is a perk for you. If you're on this program, we advise you to stay till the end, because we're going to be giving scholarship to 10 people out of this program. What that means is that you're going to be getting onto the program for free, no commitment fee. No commitment fee means that this slot has already been paid for by somebody. So we're going to be selecting 10 people out of this program to join the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program for free. So the criteria will be announced at the end of the conference. So make sure you stay till the end, and we're going to be making that announcement. And congratulations in advance to whoever those 10 people will be. Okay, and with this, I'm so sorry, ID. I'll pass back to the next person because we're 6 minutes behind schedule for our next session, which is the entrepreneurship session. Thank you so much, and back to you, the moderator.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. Thank you. And thank you, everyone who has been keeping my chat room busy. In the next 2 minutes, we're going to be introducing our next speaker. But before I do, I'm going to be taking a bow from your faces and I'm going to introduce the next moderator handling the next session. Her name is Olajumoke Razak. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll be with you in the chat room. Olajumoke, over to you.
Hello, Changemakers. So, I'm Olajumoke Razak, and I would like to briefly introduce myself as a changemaker, and I believe everybody here too is a changemaker. Please confirm if you can hear me, please. So, I would like everybody to tell in the chat that I'm a change maker. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep it coming. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. So let's go to the why we are here today. So let's introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is Oge Inanfe. Sorry, pardon me if I didn't mother that. So, so sorry about that. Also, she's a senior consultant, SME development and innovation. Oge Inanfe is an SME enabler, thought leader, and business capacity builder with over 17 years of management experience across both private, social impact, and innovation sectors. She specializes in designing scalable business support systems, strengthening institutions, and guiding emerging talents towards sustainable, future-focused careers. She serves on the advisory boards of Women, Win, and YSIP, supporting inclusive entrepreneurship and youth employability across Africa and Middle East. Oge has held key leadership roles, including head of Faith School of Entrepreneurship at Faith Foundation, director of programs at Enterprise NGR, and executive director of the Innovation Support Network, ISN. Throughout her career, she has supported over 6,000 startup founders, 1,000 youth graduates, and a network of 300 plus innovation hubs and 5,000 startups. Wow, that's huge. Passionate about developing early stage talents, Oge equips young professionals and entrepreneurs with the mindset, skill, and structure needed to build sustainable career and businesses. So with ovation, with clapping, dancing, stickers in the chat, can we welcome our next speaker? Keep it coming, keep it coming. Wow, we are all
Thank
change
you.
makers.
Okay.
Good to see that. Good to see that. Good morning.
Good morning. Can
Welcome.
you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, how come I can't see myself though? Okay, now I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome on board.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Great to be here. I think I can manage. Thank you. Thank you so much, Olajumoke. And well done to you and to the rest of the YSIPS team, led by our amiable Ivory. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, ID, for chasing me around to ensure that I'm here today. I'm very excited to be here, and thankfully I joined the session from the last session, and I also picked up quite a lot of things. So if the facilitator is still here, or the speaker is still here, Mrs. Chisom, thank you as well for all of that wealth of knowledge that you have that you dropped in this meeting. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're still here, but I sent my own thumbs up when everybody was doing the same. Again, I'm happy to be here to share from my own. Oh, sorry. I think I. Can you still see me?
No, we can't see you.
And now?
Yes, I can see you now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I said I'm happy to be here to share from my own small experience, and I'm hoping that, you know, it will change somebody's perspective today. And
You're welcome. We are excited to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be speaking today about the architecture of enterprise. I've been within the entrepreneurship ecosystem for about 19 plus years now, and I have learned quite a lot from trying to run a business myself to supporting entrepreneurs and business owners to grow and scale their businesses. I've walked through that road many times, and I believe I have some knowledge about this topic that I'll be sharing with you today, or some of that, because we can't learn that in an hour session, but I'll do my best to drive home the point and to ensure that you leave this meeting with the knowledge that is required for you to grow your businesses. I do also understand that we have a mixed audience here, some people trying to build a career and others trying to build a business. Regardless, the skill sets, they just may be a little different. However, we are all reaching to build something, right? And I think the principles can apply in both scenarios. So this topic is around the architecture of enterprise, designing businesses that scale and that last. I'd like to start with something that can help you that can get you thinking. Imagine constructing a 10-story building, and this is to everyone now. Imagine that you're constructing a 10-story building, but you never checked the soil. And you probably have gone to your 5th story or 6th story or 7th. Maybe you've even completed the 10th story already, the 10th floor. But you never bothered to check the soil. Sometimes it's not intentional. It's not because you wanted to. Sometimes it's a knowledge gap. Other times it's sheer negligence or carelessness. But in most cases, I think it's knowledge gap. And I believe that that's what this this session will help you to bridge. So just looking at that, you know, you've built so many floors before you consider that, oh, you didn't even bother to check the soil. You've invested in glass, you've invested in lighting, you've invested in furniture and all kinds of, you know, accessories, but you never tested the foundation. That's a big problem. And then one day, growth becomes weight. So have you grown in terms of what you're doing? Yes, you have. But then suddenly it becomes very weighty. Growth suddenly becomes weight, you know? And this is what happens when we scale businesses without structure. Growth does not break businesses in itself. I mean, growth exists to help you to see where you're coming from a point A to a point B, and to also help you to gain clarity in terms of where you're headed, where you're going. So it's not designed to break you. You know, some people are scared of growth. I've mentored and worked with entrepreneurs who are actually scared of growth. So they've grown a particular business, maybe a fitness store or something. They have one outlet, and they are due in terms of, if you look at it all around, in terms of revenue, in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, they are due to open another branch of their business, but they are scared to take that leap of faith because of the fear of failure, you know. So they feel like that move will break their businesses, but that's growth. You know, it's not designed. Growth is never designed to break anybody. Rather, it's designed to help you to assess where you're coming from and appreciate the process. It's designed to help you to now look, you know, 5, 10, 3, 4, 5, 10 years forward, to see and gain clarity in terms of, you know, where you're going. So it's not designed to break you. It's not designed to break businesses. What exposes the negligence and the carelessness and the, you know, and you know, just the failures with business is the weight. And like I said earlier, the weight happens because you didn't consider the initial considerables that you should have considered in the first place. Today, I want to talk to you about architecture and not about hustle. A lot of us also think that enterprise is hustle. No, it's not. I've sat with entrepreneurs, or sorry, with young business people, or young people who have business ideas, and or rather who have a career, a growing career. And they tell me, Ma, I'm trying to, what can you advise? How can you advise me? I want to do something aside from my 9 to 5. I'm looking for a hustle, something that can help me to buffer up or beef up my monthly salary or my income. And I get talking with these people to say, what's your passion? What are you passionate about? What do you want to do apart from your career, apart from your 9 to 5? And they go, no, just anything, just about anything. I just want something that would, like a hustle. And in there, I already know that this person does not want to build an enterprise. This person is looking for something extra that can help you get extra income. That is different. Hustle is not enterprise. It's not enterprise at all, because hustle builds noise. Hustle gets you all over the place. There's a lot of noise and moving parts with hustle. But architecture, which is enterprise, builds legacy. It's something you start off being very clear about where you want to get to, and you build a roadmap. I mean, with mentors, talking to people, with attending trainings like this kind of trainings, it helps you to build clarity around where you're trying to get to. It helps you to clearly define purpose, right? And then you can get to where you're going to. So that's not hustle. Like I said, hustle builds noise. Architecture or enterprise builds legacy. I just wanted to quickly build that. I just wanted to start off with that and help you to see, right? And again, something uncomfortable I would like to set off in this meeting. Some of you actually want to build businesses, right? You want freedom, but look around you. What you really want is freedom. You're looking for freedom. You're looking for visibility. You're looking for financial independence. You're looking for an escape route. Not exactly to build an enterprise. But an enterprise, again, is not escape. Enterprise is responsibility. You're responsible for something. The minute you set off and build an enterprise, people are looking to you for structure. The moment you start a business, people begin to rely on your structure. And I want you to get that very clear. The moment you start a business and you start to market it, you start to talk about it, you start to increase and improve the visibility of that enterprise or that business. People begin to rely on your structure. People begin to look at you and how you're growing. People begin to copy you. So enterprise is responsibility. It's something you are responsible for which other people are looking up to, whether you like it or not. Once you put yourself out there as a business person, you are supposed to be standing for responsibility. And if the structure that you're building is weak, then their dependents, people who are depending on you become your pressure. And this can pressure you out of what you're trying to build, right? Growth is weight, and weight reveals design. So if what you're growing, if like I said earlier, if the foundation of what you're growing is weak, growth will reveal that weakness. And so you want to take that into cognizance. You want to get that from the get-go as you are, dilly-dallying around what kind of enterprise, what kind of sector should I go into? What should I be building? What kind of business do I want to build? You need to take all of these that I've just said into consideration, right? I'll just kick off. As early founders, and that's the audience I believe I'm speaking to. As early founders, you are not just building products. You are building responsibility, like I said. And that refines, this just should refine the way you're thinking about what you're trying to build. Purpose is a long-term contract. If you're not trying to build something that can last 10 years and above, or 10 years and beyond, then I think you should pause now and think about it again. Purpose, again, I'm trying to create this background so we can build on this lesson, okay? Purpose is not excitement. Purpose is commitment, okay? You are committed to something, and that's where responsibility comes in. Early founders tend to pivot too quickly, and that's because the base of what you're doing or what you're trying to do wasn't clear to you in the first place. And so you start off something. Maybe you start off a bead jewelry making business, maybe with beads, and you find that in the first 6 months, you're not getting the vibe that you need to get, just thinking about what business is. You're not getting the vibe and the response that you should be getting. And so you pivot. Maybe you see somebody else doing some healthy drink kind of business, and you pivot. So early founders tend to pivot too quickly. Businesses are not built overnight. They take time. And they take time because your business will be tested, will be tried, your idea will be tested. And you'll be tested via many waters. And so you have to be patient, you have to be responsible, you have to be committed, you have to show up, every time, all the time. But if you're willing to stay with the problem for 10 years, then don't call it purpose. I'm challenging you today. Are you committed to the problem that you are trying to solve, or you are committed to just the idea? Is there a problem you're actually trying to solve through your enterprise, through your idea, through your business, or you're only committed to just the idea around running a business, right? Real enterprise builders fall in love with the problem, not the logo. So some people want to run business because you feel like you have done maybe a graphics design course. You can build amazing out of this world logos, and you're falling in love with the logo and not with the problem. For every enterprise that is being built, there's a problem to solve. And so if you're already running a business and I ask you now, what's the problem your business is trying to solve? And there's really no problem. It's just that you are trying to escape. You were looking for an escape route, or for a hustle, or for financial independence, and not really to solve a problem. Then maybe this session isn't for you. Or maybe it is for you. You just need to rethink, what you're doing. Every business, every enterprise worth doing at all, or worth venturing into at all, should be focused on a problem, right? On a problem that you are trying to solve. If there's no problem that you are trying to solve, it won't stand the test of time. And that's the truth. It won't stand the test of time. I'd like you to maybe on your phone, your notepad, whatever, if you have a piece of paper and a pen with you, I'd like you to write something. Let me put it in, I think maybe I should put it in the chat room. Just a second. Let me put it in the chat. I'd like you to answer this question for me. Just fill in the blank spaces, okay? I am committed to solving XYZ for who's your target audience, XYZ, because why? Did you get it? If you got it, please just use any of the reaction buttons. Just let me know if you got that. I'm committed to solving what, for who, and why. Write it on your notepad. For those of you who have clarity around this question, you can already answer it. And maybe we can take one or two people responding to this question. And then I don't see your thumbs up or any of the reactions to let me know that you are following. This is an intimate class. I mean, we're a small team here, so please respond. Except that I can't see. Jumoke, are people responding? I don't know.
Yes, we have 3 response now.
Okay, just 3. What's going on?
Now 4.
Okay.
5
Okay.
now.
There's any one of you out of these 5 people who already have a response to this? Can you now respond in the chat box and we'll pick it up and maybe we can take, we can, walk you can use yours as an example. But if not, I mean, it's fine. I put that down for you to, just as something for you to think about. Okay. Is anybody responding or we should move on? If anybody wants to respond, let us know that we're waiting for something as well. Otherwise, let's move on.
Deborah responded.
Okay. Let me see.
She wrote,
I'm committed to
elderly care
solving.
services.
Oh, sorry. Deborah,
That's
I'm
Elizabeth.
committed to solving. I'm going to read it like that, right? Elderly care services for the elderly community because I felt a tug towards that and it was confirmed early this year as well. Elderly care services, okay. So care, I mean, some kind of caregiver service, right? Towards or for elderly people. Elizabeth says, I'm committed to solving, excuse me, protein deficiency for the underserved and health conscious individuals because it nourishes their bodies and improves their health and performance. Okay, for Deborah and Elizabeth, is this something you have already started to do, or this is an idea you are, playing around with? When I say playing around with, it's fine. I mean, maybe it's just in nomenclature. What I mean is this an idea that you are thinking about, or something you've already started to do? Elizabeth, yes, 2 years and growing. And how is that doing? I think you should unmute, Elizabeth, maybe just for 1 minute, unmute if you can, and tell us quickly how that is doing. I mean, that's, what kind of foods, I know this is FMCG as well, but what kind of foods do you have a store? I'm helping you to do marketing too, so it's fine. What kind of foods are you focused on? Okay, you don't want to unmute. You don't want us to hear your voice. It's fine, no problem.
Yeah,
Plant-based protein.
yeah, she replied that plant-based protein
Yes, I
food.
saw that, and that's why I was saying she doesn't want to. It's fine. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Elizabeth. That's your name, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'll come back to that. Deborah, yes, an idea I have started with oh, you're restricted. Okay, maybe Auntie Jumoke has, restricted you. Okay, is it possible for them to speak? Idea I
Okay.
started with steps for putting structure together and making it a registered NGO. Okay. Can any of them speak, Jumoke? Otherwise, it's fine. We can go on.
Yes, they can speak now.
Okay, they
Okay,
can speak now.
thank you.
Elizabeth, so you can unmute your mic and speak. Thank you.
Elizabeth or Deborah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good
Sorry,
afternoon,
my
ma'am.
background.
What did you say?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So this is Deborah, and I think I pretty much put my details over there about what it is. The thing is, towards the end of last year, I felt that tug, and in the midst of trying to understand and figure out, because it's completely off from what I do. I work as an administrator in an NGO corporate organization. This is like an off thing. And then one of the days I was driving down Lekki Phase 1, I was actually in a mobile public transport. I don't know how my eye just saw this place. And it was about elderly care location. And I was like, oh, wow, why am I seeing this? So I came back, sat down, and started doing some research. I've also started doing some online certification courses on understanding what it is about caregiving. I don't think I'm going to be in the medical field aspect of it because I'm not medically um, trained or anything. So that's why I said I'm putting my structure together and trying to understand exactly which area I'm venturing into. One of the teachings we heard this morning from Madam Chisom Ofili, which was really good, was you need to understand your purpose and then face your front. So I don't want to be, okay, she's working with them and it's like you're doing everything. So I'm trying to I'm trying to narrow it down to what exactly am I expected to do. And as a faith person who believes in there's nothing like haphazard. You just stumble into things and move on. We have a God who's very strategic and orderly. So I also believe that I should also have that kind of DNA and output when I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I said I'm putting the whole thing together and trying to like understand. It's going to be a registered NGO at the end of the day. And finally, where I was still trying to, should I not, and everything. I was in a prayer meeting. Yeah, this is pretty off, but not really off because it was clearly said, look at you. I was called and I was said, you are supposed to do this. And when I was asked, and I was like, oh, I was thinking. So I believe it's in line with what um, I should deliver at this aspect to this particular set of people. Most times abroad, yes, they're usually a little bit more organized and taken care of. But I would like to test the waters here in Nigeria and see how exactly we handle the elderly people and the environment and everything about it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if this took too long. I just wanted to pass across the clarity. God bless.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Deborah. And that's really profound. And that's what I meant when I said, if what you're trying to build doesn't have a purpose, if it's not coming from somewhere, if it's not intended to solve a problem, most of the times it will fail. And that's the truth. That's the truth about this thing. So, I mean, sometimes it becomes, I mean, it's neither here or there. or people are afraid to talk about it. But if that sentence I asked you to fill in the gap, if that sentence, by the time you are done with it, feels weak, if it feels unclear, or if it feels trendy, you are still exploring. We'll just consider that you are still exploring. And that's okay, by the way, but don't pretend that it's an enterprise yet. Okay? But thank you very much for sharing. That's really profound, like I said. I think that enterprise begins with conviction. I'm just speaking largely just to help you to put together everything you've probably been hearing and thinking about entrepreneurship building or building a business and things like that, right? Enterprise begins with conviction. And if let me ask you, any of you, including Deborah and Elizabeth, if your business disappeared tomorrow, who would truly feel it? If you had, for Elizabeth, you've been in existence for 2 years now. If you suddenly, something happens, maybe there's something called many waters of business, succeeding or failing. If there's a government policy tomorrow, you wake up to a policy that says, oh, you can't, this sector, there's some kind of major policy change within the sector where your business is, and that will affect you greatly. You try to patch it up here and there, but it's not working, and you just have to close shop. If your business disappeared, so I came to your store last week, I come back today, you are no longer there, right? Who would truly feel it? Who will feel it? Who will be burnt, scarred, bruised by it? Who will be upset? Who will truly feel it? If you don't have people who actually say, oh, goodness, this business doesn't exist anymore, and I wasn't patronizing someone else, I don't even know where to find someone else who's doing this kind of thing, then you should know that you were really building something tangible, and that you had loyal customers. That's another side of things, right? But it should give you confidence to know that, it should give you some satisfactory, some satisfaction to know that you were actually building something. But if your business were to disappear tomorrow and onto the next is the kind of reaction that you get, then you should know that you were not building an enterprise, right? And I'm saying some of these things so you can think about what you are doing currently. And those thoughts will provoke you into either reworking, remodeling, developing a new business model for your business, just reiterating all over again and rethinking your strategy and your structure and your focus. That's what this session is going to help you to do, okay? Purpose is not, I want to make money, right? Purpose is also not, I want to be known. That's not why you build a business. Deborah, I'm not sure that that's why you saw something that resonated with you and then you started thinking about it because you want to make money or you want to be known. I'm not sure that's the thinking around, because I'm not sure. You can tell us. But purpose is a problem you are willing to commit to solving for 10 years. From the minute you start, you are actually committed to solving that problem for the next 10 years without pivoting. You can iterate here and there, you can restructure, there's a lot of things that you can do, but not to kill the business or to pivot entirely. Except, of course, there are things like the external factors that force you into doing such things, like government policies, like I mentioned earlier. Right? Let me use the Okada business, especially in Lagos. I don't know if this applies to other places really across the country. But for example, in Lagos, for instance, all of a sudden, well, I won't say it was all of a sudden, because we were hearing about it, that the government was going to quit Okada bikes and all of that along the major express roads and things like that. And then all of a sudden it just stops. So they start to seize bikes, they start to make arrests and things like that. And then someone who that was his livelihood. I won't even say that kind of business was built with purpose in mind. I would say that that's a hustle, but I'm thinking of a business that government policy can just, you know, kill, overnight, something like that now. If we come out and we say, so today people are saying, oh, how do I get to this place from this place? I used to use bikes. I no longer can do that. There's some estates where people live in roads 106, and from the gates, from the main entrance gate, they don't allow bikes in. So how are people going to commute? How are people going to move around quickly? How are people going to meet deadlines and, things like that, meet their schedules and meetings and things like that? Once people feel pain by the by the absence of your business, then you are building something. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So you need to think about that, okay? Purpose gives you endurance. Strategy gives you direction, in ecosystem development, which I have been a part of for a number of years, funding cycles change, for instance. Government change. So maybe you've been getting funds, maybe through grants from a UNDP or from Ford Foundation or from one of these international development organizations. And then governments change. So Obama leaves, what is our government, our president's name again? Sorry. What's
President
the United
Bola,
States?
okay.
No. Our United States,
Donald
what's his name?
Trump.
Yes. So thank you very much, Jumoke. Obama
You're
leaves, Donald Trump comes in. So governments change, right? Policies shift. And the way that I've seen how governments operate across the world, most times, new governments don't like to, there's no continuity in terms of policies, structure, processes, funding, alignment, and things like that the previous government was doing. New governments come into play and want to change everything and start all over again. So you were in the middle of a grant cycle. You've gotten maybe 70% or 60%. The 40% you're supposed to get upon completion of the project, and then governments change. And then this new government puts a stop to that. I know you must all have heard about the stop work order that President Donald Trump brought on board as soon as he came on board. We put a halt, a complete stop to all kinds of grants that were coming from the US. So if you were in the middle of a project, you're on your own. If you had completed it, go and give thanks to God and give testimony in church. If you were just about to start, you can as well just forget about it, right? So policies will shift, governments will change, funding cycles, they will change. What keeps steady? What keeps you going? What keeps you steady? Because these are all the many waters I'm talking about. What keeps steady? What keeps you steady is not applause. It's not, it's not the noise around it. It's not all the hustle and bustle. It is the clarity. And that's what purpose is. Once purpose is defined, once it is clear, and you are just sure this is what you're supposed to be doing. This is the problem you're supposed to be solving. There is no government change, policy shift, funding cycle change, any of that will halt you. The most it will do is it will help you to think broader and help you to pivot, not into something completely different, but into just within the same ecosystem and help you to grow. It's clarity that keeps you there. When purpose is weak, you pivot too quickly. Where you copy trends, you chase noise, but when purpose is clear, when you have clarity, you build patiently. So this may not work, this other one will work. If this fails, something else will work, but you are staying on the course, okay? You say no to compromise when purpose is clear, right? You endure pressure. Because, like I said, no business is built overnight. You have to be consistent. You have to show up. You have to be very patient. Slow and steady does it. I'm then with God in the mix of things, it changes the dynamics completely. Okay? So all of these I've said is to help you see the importance of purpose, importance of having clarity, importance of knowing where exactly you are headed and where you're going. importance of developing your idea from a problem perspective rather than a hustle. I want to make money. I want to be free. I no longer want to be saying sa 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 or ma ma ma, at the workplace. I want to be my own boss, Yeah, all of those things are great. They will help you to sustain what you're doing. However, if it starts from there and not trying to solve a problem, if it starts from there and not exactly with a purpose and with clarity, you will fall, like the Bible says, by the wayside. Okay. I also wanted to talk about value before visibility. It's also intertwined to what purpose is. Young founders today, many that I've worked with, scale followers before they scale value. In fact, some people pay for followers. You're more interested in how many people are patronizing. No, you should be interested in how many people are patronizing you, but in how many people are following you. Especially with the craze around social media, people buy followers these days. People do all sorts of things too. People lie, people are dishonest, people do all sorts of crazy things just to draw attention to themselves, right? So young founders today are more likely to scale followers. I have 15 million followers before they scale value. So these 15 million followers, what are they really gaining from you? Does it equal sales? Does it equal income? Does it equal revenue? Or it's just followers? In terms of what you are actually selling, product or service, does it equal what you are getting in those? Why not be more worried and concerned about scaling the value that you're offering rather than scaling the noise around you? What measurable transformation happens because you exist? Because your business exists, it's the same thing I'm saying in terms of the purpose, in terms of the problem. What measurable transformation happens because your business exists? Is someone willing to pay for this? Those are the kind of things that scale value, that scale revenue, that improve revenue and income. What am I building? Who is going to pay for it? What would they be willing to pay for? What different aspects of my business would they be willing to pay for more than the other, so that perhaps I can focus my attention on those ones, build them optimally, right? While I am building the other areas of my business. It must be clear to you. Your business, you might be selling hair, right? That's your business. But there are several other things you can do within the same ecosystem, within the same value chain of hair business. It can be production, it can be packaging, it can be sales, it can be, excuse me, it can be any of those. But in each of those, there has to be something that is valuable to do, that people will be willing to actually exchange money for that value for. Revenue also, some people say, oh, I don't want to, in terms of my pricing, I don't want to make it so high because I don't know, people will think that I'm greedy. Revenue is not greed. It is validation of that you're doing something right. The fact that people are willing to exchange monetary value for your product or your service is validation. Right? It's validation. In developing young founders, I've seen brilliant ideas collapse. Not because they lacked passion, but because they lacked repeatable value. I mean, the value that they are giving continued to take a downward turn rather than an upward turn. And they weren't taking notice of it. So the fact that you have people come into your business place to patronize you every day does not mean that you are attracting repeatable value. It doesn't mean that you are attracting what's that word now? They call it repeated purchase. If you're not able to continually sell to the same people who buy from you, and you keep seeing new faces every day, new faces every other day, watch it and check it. Where are your old customers? Why are they not buying from you? What extra value can you provide to ensure that you keep tabs on them, to ensure that there's a repeat purchase all the time, to ensure that each time they think about that business about that product or that service, they think about you. These are some of the strategic thoughts that you need to be, flooding your mind with, and you need to be thinking about, you need to be researching on, you need to be discussing with mentors and more senior colleagues and things like that, right? Impact is not effort. Impact is measurable change. That thing that you can measure, that you can say that it's because I did X, Y, Z that I got A, B, C. So if I continually do X, Y, Z, I will continually get A, B, C. That's impact. You are able to identify, you are able to produce impact, you are able to give impact, you are able to measure it. Impact is measurable change. Anything that can be measured, you can see the outcome or the output from the inputs that have gone in, then you can say that, there's some change. There's some impactful change, actually. People also like to think about systems before scale. Again, so I've talked about purpose, I've talked about value, I'm talking about systems, thinking about systems before scale. If your business cannot run for 30 days without you, okay, let me try to balance this. Maybe not when you just start off. When you start off, you need to be inside the business. You have to be inside every detail of the business, okay? In some cases, you will be the accountant, you'll be the salesman, you'll be the HR, you have to have knowledge, bits and pieces of knowledge of these things, as long as it's your idea. But as you grow, if your business cannot run for 30 days without you, you don't own a business, you own a job. Okay? And so if your idea for running a business was to escape the 9-to-5 hustle, then you're back to it again. You need to, from day one, already start to think about structure for your business, right? You need to already start to think about systems that you can put in place that can help your business to be long-lasting and to scale. Systems include, and you can write this down as I just try to, systems include financial tracking, customer journey mapping, understanding your customers from point A to point B. So from when they ask you a question on Instagram to when you actually provide that service and you exchange value, money for the service or the product. Systems includes clear roles, very clear roles for your team or by your team. Systems include documentation. Systems include governance structure. Some people say, because my business is just 1 year, I really don't need a board. I don't need corporate governance. What am I doing with it? I just need to be in touch with my mentors here and there. At the least, you need an advisory board. People you can always go, people who have got your back, who will give you attention, who you can always go to leverage on their network, leverage on their knowledge, leverage on their experience to guide you, right, into making the right decisions, to guide you into doing the right things. You need corporate governance, even in year 1, even in month 6 of starting the business. Even if it's not, properly structured or set up, which, by the way, you should try to do. Keep that group of people who you would constantly always run back to say, oh, this is the roadblock I have just encountered. How do I go over it, right? In building network, we have to create reporting systems. You have to create monitoring frameworks. You have to create partner structures. You have to create accountability loops. You have to create some of these things. And these are systems that once you create them from the get-go, they grow with you. As you grow, you refine them, you restructure, you repurpose, just move things around, as long as they're working for you. Because passion cannot replace process. Passion is one thing on its own. Process, structure, system, strategy is another thing on its own, right? Scale, when you scale, scaling amplifies whatever already exists. So if you are scaling, you realize you are growing, but you don't have some of these structural prowess in place, then it will expose, it will amplify. Scaling, growth, let me use the word growth. Growth amplifies what already exists. So if you're growing, but you're not growing the right way, all of those things, and that's what I mentioned when I started talking earlier on today. Growth it doesn't exist to break any business. Is weight that does, right? The weight that you put on top of it. If it was built on faulty foundation, it would, I mean, the faulty foundation will be exposed. It will be amplified by scaling or by growth, right? So if it's clarity that that you have as you are scaling, right? If it's clarity that you have, it will amplify it. If it's chaos that you have, it will also amplify it. If you scale chaos, you multiply the risks that you have to deal with per time. If you scale clarity, then I mean, your guess is as good as mine. So another thing to think about is people and leadership maturity. So if you are, enterprise requires emotional growth. You must become the leader your vision requires. You must not be you must not become the personality your ego prefers. I want them to know me. I'm trying to grow my likes. I'm trying to grow followers. That's not who you should be as you are running a business. The leader, you must become that person that your vision, what you are aiming at, your purpose, what it requires. You must become that person so that your team members may see that person in you and also strive to be that person. If you're building a team of like-minded people as you, the success of your business is inevitable. It is sure. It's sure. It cannot be avoided. It's sure. It's guaranteed. It's teams, it's people who build businesses, not one person. One person cannot build a scalable, long-lasting business. You need a team of people who think like you, who understand and perceive things like you, and it doesn't happen in a day. They need to continually look at you, become that person. They need to desire it. They need to want it. You will guide them into desiring it, right? And wanting it. Once they become it, the sky is your limit in terms of whatever it is you're trying to build. So don't build alone. Build with people. No matter how small your team is, build with people. And I'm not saying hire people to be in your business and you are just running the business, not considering them, not thinking about their growth, not thinking about their growth. Because if you are growing alone and you leave them behind, they can't do much for you at the end of the day. They really can't. They just can't do much for you. Okay. Many young founders, again, have found that they avoid accountability. They avoid the hard conversations, which is what I believe I'm even trying to do here. They're very hard conversations. They avoid financial discipline because it's your business. Does not mean you can put your hand in the purse and take out money at will and just about anything. Right? But leadership is not control as well. Leadership is stewardship, as we know. And this is also what the Bible says. Generally, I believe. Leadership is stewardship. It's not control. It's not bossing over people because you lose your people in that process, but it's stewardship. When I mentioned that you need to guide your team into becoming who you are or who your vision requires, what I was also saying is you need to be a steward to the people that you are building in your business. You need to be a steward. If you are not, then it's going to be a problem, right? It's going to be a problem. You need to live by example. You need to work by example. People need to look at you and see that you are doing the right things per time, but you are getting the right results. So because you're getting the right results, they know that this is the right way to go and they follow, right? Stewardship means that you are essentially that you are it means transparent finances. It means shared decision thinking and making. So each time you need to make whether it's a major decision or a minor one, but you call your team together, you brainstorm. They feel included in the process. Stewardship means long-term thinking. It means succession planning. You're already thinking about that from 1 year, 2 years into your business. Businesses collapse not from competition, right? But from internal weakness. It's usually an internal thing. It's usually something that's happening on the inside, and it's usually with the leader, with you, who is the visionary of the business. And so you must take care of all of these moving parts and all of these loopholes and all of these things. You must take care of them as you are building your business. I'm sorry I'm saying a lot of things, but that's also because building a business, I mean, it's a passionate topic for me, and I've seen a lot of people make a lot of mistakes because of some of these small things that I'm talking about right now. So these are things you must imbibe, you must take on as you get ready to build a business. And when I mean, I'm talking about a long-lasting business, something that has a future, something that's trying to solve a problem. You know, while it's solving the problem, guess what? Your pocket's getting full as well. I'm not talking about setting up a charity. I'm talking about building a business. A business is supposed to be revenue generating, but it's also supposed to be problem solving at the same time. That's where the value is. That's the value that your customers would see, and they would patronize you today, tomorrow, yesterday. Okay. I think just as a way of reflecting, I don't know how many more minutes I have. I see it's already past 1. Just in terms of reflecting, right?
You have less than 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Let me see how to do this. Maybe just in terms of reflecting, you can answer these questions, and you don't have to answer them now, but think about them with the knowledge, some of the knowledge you already now have. Okay, let me see if I can quickly put it in the chat. If you answer these questions, sorry, let me put it here. Okay. Sorry. Answer these 3 questions on your own. What problem will I commit to solving for 10 years? What system must I build this year? What skill must I develop to sustain the growth and where I'm headed? Please take this down, think about it very carefully, and respond to it. Make an attempt to actually respond to it. Make an attempt to respond to it. There are common foundational entrepreneurial architectural errors that we make. And I've mentioned some of those in the course of this conversation already. Scaling visibility instead of value, hiring emotionally, ignoring compliance, building personality-driven brands, or refusing governance. You know, there are errors that we make. If everything depends on you, you have not built enterprise. You have built dependency. If everything depends on you, what you have built is dependency. You haven't built enterprise. So whilst most things must revolve around you because you are the visionary, you must always almost intentionally include your people, whether it's your advisory board or your team, include people in the process, right? Enterprise, again, is architecture. You are not building a social media page. You are not building a temporary hustle. I believe I've tried to douse on that. You are not building a moment. You are building a structure through your business. You are building a system, right? You are building an institution. You are building a legacy. So let that sink in. It will help you in terms of how you are ideating. It will help you in terms of how you are developing your idea. Okay? One day, maybe, and I always tell entrepreneurs this thing, one day you will be tired. Yeah, you will be tired. One day you will step back. One day leadership will transition, right? The question is not, the question is not, will you grow? That's not the question to be asking. The question is, will what you built, what you are trying to build, or what you have built, will it survive you? That's where there is real value. And if there's no problem to fix in that thing you are building, then this question doesn't even come up at all. Will what you are building, will it survive you? Because again, like I said, one day you're going to get tired. One day you would want to take a step back and maybe do something differently. One day leadership will transition. But will what you're building, will it outlive you? Will it survive you? This is a reflection I want you to take back with you. I want you to think about it. In everything that I've said, in everything you are building, everything you are thinking, and I'm trying to make this as clear and as intimate as possible. In everything that I've said, design what can survive your absence. You don't have to be, I was telling somebody who said, I've been running my business for 5 to 6 years now. The minute I want to do something else and just step out of the business will just start crumbling. And I told her, you haven't built a business. You've built a hustle. You haven't built a team. You haven't built and hired emotionally. You have built something for the moment. You've just built a moment. Design what can survive your absence. Build what can outgrow your personality. And the best founders are the ones who look back, who grow, who step out of the business to maybe do a bit more strategic thinking rather than the day-to-day running of the business, but who look into the business and they are proud. They're not part of it, but they look in and they don't feel left out. They don't feel intimidated by the growth. They don't feel that way. They feel a sense of what's the word now? I'm looking for the right word. They're fine with what is happening within the business. They feel fulfilled. That's the word I was looking for. They feel fulfilled by what's happening within the business. Structure determines sustainability. Don't just chase scale. Don't chase growth all the time, Design the significance of that, because the world does not need more businesses, to be honest. The world does not need more businesses. There is no new business under the sun. I remember one time I was speaking with a young founder, very young, and he had come to me to say, I have this brilliant idea. It's taking a toll on me just trying to, put structure around it and think about it strategically and all of that. I'm like, okay, what's the business about? And he says, no, hush, hush, hush. I can't talk about it. If I talk about it, somebody will now start running the business. And I just laughed at him. Even the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. While you are still thinking about it in Nigeria, somebody in France, somebody in Karachi, somebody somewhere has already started to run that business. Why don't you just take a minute and Google that idea? You will see tons of businesses around that idea. What differentiates it is the practice of it, is how you act, is the structure around your own business. Same idea, it's an agri-business, it's crop related, but maybe you are handling the packaging side, someone is doing the processing side, but it's the way and manner that you run your business that differentiates from the very next person. You and somebody next to you might own a shop for textile, I mean, fashion, you have both fashion designers, you make clothes, you are seamstresses. Your shops are side by side, but you are more interested in quality. The other person is more interested in quantity. Same business idea, same ecosystem, same everything, but I mean, different strategy, different structure. The world does not need more businesses. It needs well-architected enterprises, well-structured enterprises. That's what the world needs today. And you can do it. You can build a long-lasting, world-changing business by taking into consideration some of these small things that ensure that the foundation and the real architecture of the business is sustainable and that it's well fitted in the ground so that you can build to last. Thank you. I don't know if I've been able to pass on anything at all, but I was really speaking from my soul. I was really speaking from my experience and what I see that is hampering on the success and the scalability of businesses today. Nothing more. Thank you, everyone. And again, I'm grateful for the opportunity. YSIPS, I'm grateful to you and your team for the opportunity to speak with young people who are trying to build something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate your time and resources put together to make this happen. So, my dear Changemaker, are we still active? So, during the session, I really learned a lot from my part because I have a small business too that I'm doing and I want to do, but it's more of a product. And like you said, we don't really need any businesses. We should just implement the existing ones. Thank you very much. I learned that the difference between hustle and enterprise, that you should discover your purpose, your blueprint. You should not build for short term but long term commitment. That if a business cannot run for 10 years and more, it doesn't worth the sacrifice, doesn't need to be a short term, like I just want to keep body and soul together just to get money, get stuff done. Thank you so much. It's really, really impactful. I got value. Thank you so much. And I have a question. Like I said, I have a small business and my business is into skincare, let me say cosmetics generally. So as that kind of business now, I can't say it's a business that's I can start doing. I want to say, oh, this is a business I want to do for the rest of my life. So I just want to know that in what way, in how can I put resources together, think in long term, and establish this business as a normal enterprise? Like, what problem can a perfume vendor solve? What problem am I trying to solve in the long term? Like, how am I going to scale the business, the foundation, the knowledge gap as a mind you, I'm not making the perfume myself. I'm just like a retailer. So I retail other people's products, mainly the designer perfumes, the niche perfumes. So how can I go about it? How can I do it? Because I'm asking this for myself, it's a personal thing to me about my business. So I don't know,
Okay.
honestly. I don't know because this is one of the reasons why I've not really been pushing the business out there, like because I don't want to start something out today and in 2, 3 years, four, five, I have something here, I have another purpose, I got another blueprint to do, or and I don't really want to be in too many businesses at the same time. And also, I'm a career person. I love career. I love the corporate world. So, how do you think I can bring these two together, scale my business, put a structure that will make the business to take me, okay, this business is an empire. I want to build an empire. I want to be like Dangote. I want to be like Otedola. I want to, okay, oh yeah, and I want to be selling perfume. Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing? Why? I want to know why you are laughing, actually.
Because I want to be a billionaire now.
Through a perfume vending business, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is fine, by the way. If I get you clearly, I assume you mean selling perfumes, either physical, retail, online, whatever, but perfume sales, right? Whether they are
Yes.
perfume oil, regular perfumes. I'll try to answer this in two layers, right? How to gather resources for the business that you are trying to run, and maybe how to structure it like an enterprise, not just a hustle. Remember that we have said no to hustle. We are doing something that can solve problems. When
Yeah.
people think resources, they think money, right? And I'm sure that's what you're also thinking. But resources are broader than that. It's really not
Okay.
just money. There are many categories of resources you can intentionally combine that will give you what you're looking for. The first one really is financial resources, right? Money. Ways to gather startup capital include all kinds of things. First, through personal savings, through family and friends, through some kind of seed support, through small contribution groups like Ajo and the rest. You can plan towards that. Through you can, I mean, for the perfume business, you can, depending on where you are producing from, you can pre-order before full launch of your perfumes. You can pre-order. So that means that I want you to buy your perfume. I will pay you before you actually even tell me I'm pre-ordering. So I'm paying ahead of time before production is done. That way you can gather money to actually bring in the perfume, sell, take your profit. But the thing is that you use the customers' payments or monies raised from the customers to actually you gather the money like that to do that. So it can be from pre-orders, it can be from starting with small batch inventories, it can be from partnerships with a supplier on credit. There are many ways. And a lot of times I've realized that in terms of building financial resources for small businesses, startup founders are scared or shy to ask, to even take that bold step to ask. So, for instance, reach out to a partner who sells perfumes, right? To say, can I partner with you? Give me your products on credit. When I sell, I will come and pay you back. But in that, you will take out your profit. If you do that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, you would have then been able to raise some small capital, to start with a small batch inventory. Do you understand? So for a perfume vendor, startup in Nigeria, you don't need massive capital, really. If you start small, if you focus on high demand fragrances, if you focus on, and then you avoid overstocking. Some people want to start big. Mm-mm. Rome itself was not built in a day. You start small with small bottles, and what you put a lot of pressure on, it would be on things like your marketing. Through, for a perfume business, through social media platforms, your marketing, through maybe you can organize a small perfume, what they call it now, a small,
I forgot what the name.
if it's food, they call it food tasting event. So a perfume sampling event. You be in your living room, call a few friends. Those fragrances you want to sell, buy small bottles of them, and do a small perfume sampling event, just to create awareness of what you're trying to venture into. In that event itself, you see people who would commit some funds towards it. Okay. I don't know, there's also social resources, people and relationships. You need to build that as well. A friend who understands branding can help you, to brand and to put that out there. That's a resource. Someone good with photography can help you to take the pictures. That's resource as well. A cousin who has like a logistics outfit can help you, so there's financial resource, there is social resource, there is knowledge resource, right? What sense, are people buying original designer perfumes, or do people prefer perfume oils? Will you be able to better sell perfume oils rather than? So you ask yourself all of these questions. By the time you are done with, responding to all of these questions, you realize that you have resources to actually start. So when you think about resources, don't think about just financial resource. There are so many other things you can leverage in terms of your network, people around you, operations, knowledge resource, people you can partner with, and all of that to help you have a good start off in the first place. The other thing is, in terms of building an enterprise and not just a hustle, many perfume vendors that I know, or some in the field that I know, who have failed, they fail because they buy randomly. They copy competitors. Everybody's doing the same thing on social media. They focus only on aesthetics, you know. You want to sell perfumes, you go and rent a very nice store, you decorate it, buy lights, buy, all of that. The point I'm trying to make is you can start small and you can grow from there. Buy a few bottles, partner, even if you don't have the money to buy those few bottles, partner with the seller to say, let me sell and then come and give you your money. I'll take my own profit. Like I said, if you do that 6 to 10 times, maybe that's even a little too much. You would have been able to raise your own capital to then stop taking on credit and start buying on your own. People also fail because they ignore repeat customers. That thing about repeat purchase, it boosts businesses like crazy. And a lot of entrepreneurs they don't really follow that process to ensure that they have a repeat of purchase by the same customer. They keep looking out for new customers. What's happening to your old customers? That's also very, very, very important. So yes, your small perfume business can grow if you take some of these things into consideration.
Thank you so much. I'll be taking them into consideration. I will put them into my business and my personal life. So, my fellow change makers, are you still with us? So it's time for question and answers. Can you put your question in the chat or you unmute your mic to ask our speaker the possible questions or clarity you need about your business, your product, or your services? Hello, change makers. Yeah, ask your question, Jimo. Do you want to unmute your mic or you want to type in the chat? Okay, please, ID, can you unmute Jimo?
She's unmuted.
Okay, Jimo, you can speak now. Okay, we have a question in the chat from Matthew. Should I continue to read it or?
Yeah, you can. Okay, I can read it actually. Matthew, let me see. Thanks so much. As a fashion designer, how can I build my brand in a world where there are many fashion designers? How can I look different and do things differently? Again, like I said, Matthew, there is no new business anywhere. Fashion designing is also a business that a lot of people do, but not everybody does it well, and some of them close shop for many reasons. You first need to understand the sector, Matthew. And when you say fashion designing, it's very broad. There are also different types of fashion designing. Do you want to run a bespoke bespoke line or ready to wear, or you want to build something where people bring in their fabrics, walk into your store, you measure them, and you make the outfits? You first need to gain that clarity first and decide on what it is you want to do. What that? I need you to go and brush up your knowledge base of that sector. I need you to brush up your knowledge base. I need you to also answer this question. Do you know how to sew, or you want to build it as a business and employ people who will do the work? If you can answer quickly in the chat box, that's fine. But regardless of what the question is, or what the answer is, Okay, you know how to sew. Perfect. You have learned, you've gone to sewing school, fashion school, all of that, and you know how to do it. Now you want to turn your knowledge into a business, into something that's profitable to you. I assume that that's where you are now. Fantastic. All you need to do, since you already have the knowledge, right, is to decide, again, like I said, on which area, because I don't ever advise anybody who is into a particular business area that has many things in the value chain to also do the many things. You either want to focus on bespoke wares, or you want to focus on importation of fashion outfits, or you want to focus on ready to wear. You have to decide for yourself which one you want to do. Once you do that, I need you to also go and study, that particular line and that particular sector. Sorry. Yeah, go and study. Once you are ready to now start your own business, there are different, in terms of raising, you need to raise funds to be able to do that. I know that there are quite a lot of grant opportunities where the grantors, they may not necessarily give financial resource, that's money, but they give equipment as resources. You want to make sure you have all the necessary equipment that that can help you to start that venture. Now, let me backtrack a little bit. You don't actually need to get all the machinery, all the equipment resource. You don't. I know quite a lot of businesses that are set up as walk-in fashion studios or fashion houses where all you are required to do, and this is just for you to set off and start and build customer base, where what you are required to do is to find one of these outfits. You take your customers' orders, take your fabric and go into these studios. They have all the equipment you can ever think of: sewing machines, weaving machines, buttonhole pressers. They have all sorts, right? They have cutting studios and things like that. They even have consultation rooms where your clients can come into. You take their measurements and all that, and you make your clothes from there. You pay a fee every day, a very minimal fee. Some of these institutions I'm talking about are government owned. Some are private individual owned. For instance, I know that Smedan is a small and medium enterprise agency of Nigeria. Smedan has several outlets that are fashion outlets. They have fully equipped and furnished them with all sorts of sewing machines and equipment. And you register with Smedan and you can walk in there and sew every day for free. So as you start off, I don't want you to becloud yourself with the high, it's capital intensive to buy those equipment, I know. But I don't want you to becloud your mind with that, because there are several places where you can, and I have a few that are also individual owned that I can recommend to you, that they have all kinds of equipment. You can walk in there, pay a fee, register with them, pay a fee every day to sew. You can come in with 2 or 3 members of your staff, and sew from morning till evening every day. So you don't need to own those machines, those equipment. As you start off now, you don't need to. And maybe, I can channel this, make these referrals through the YSIPS team for you, and you can get their contact and all of that. You can reach out to them. So Smedan is one. I know there's some bureaucratic process because it's government owned, but you don't pay to use the space. But the individually owned ones, you need to pay for them. So I can pass that. I can route some of those contacts through the YSIPS team, if that helps.
Okay,
But
that's a good one.
what you want to do, bespoke, ready to wear, first gain that clarity. It will help you.
Wow, I could never thought that there is a body that does that for free. I think I would really love to try that too. So before we take the last question, Mom, we would like you to share us your social media handles, maybe your LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook. So any of our change makers that want to reach out to you, we'll be able to do that. And also the fashion designer that says that needs um I don't know, maybe it's help, that needs to reach out to a fashion house where you can work. So maybe through your social media pages, it could be able to reach out to you in a faster and a better
Okay,
way.
so very quickly on LinkedIn, Facebook, everywhere, it's just Oge Naife. You find me with that name.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, Latifat, can you please unmute your mic so you can ask your question?
Okay, good afternoon. Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes, I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Ma. God bless you. In fact, indeed, this is really a blessing lecture for me. I can't even lie because lately I've been struggling to balance 9 to 5 job, business, and career together. Though I started my business in 2014 August, and the business I've been the one running the business, so it's this kind of business that cannot run without me. Like it was really a lot of weight on my neck and my schedules. So I have to go to work, come back by 6, then started supplying up and down. So it's really, really, really a lot for me. So I try to sit down and think about how can I build a structure whereby this business can actually run without me. So my business, I sell food stuff. That's what I do for the business. I sell food stuff. And so now this is my question, and my question is going to come with a lot of confusion because I really don't know how to go about it. Though I had some plans sketch out and some things that I really want to do for myself so that this business can actually, because it's something that I have so much passion for. It's something that I don't want it to die. In as much that I'm working and I'm also building career, I really want to, run this business, and it's something that I have so much passion for. So lately I just sat down and thought of, okay, how about I build some e-commerce, like a website where people can order, and so that the burden of supplying around we be out of it. Um, now I'm thinking of partner with the big people in the open market, get goods from them, then build a website where people can order. So I really don't know how to go about that. I know, like, you know how you can picture something in your mind, but you are still struggling to put it down. Like I'm still struggling to pen all this. I'm writing, I'm penning it down, but I've not been able to come up with a better structure on how to do that. It's something I have in my mind that, okay, this could work. If you have a website where you display all these items and you build a very good audience on social media, like you build a very good page on social media, and with a small customer that I have before, because I've really built a trusted customer. Like my brand has really, built a trust, foundation, because anytime they order, I always give them the best, and I've never disappointed anyone or run away with the money. But that's not the case. But I just want how can I build a system around that? Because how can I build a structure whereby the business can run without me aside of the website? Because now I don't want to stock. I don't want, because I started from home using my room to stock the goods. Now I don't want to stock the goods. I just want to I just want to be a middleman where I have a platform to sell. I have audience, like I have a customer that I want to buy. Then I have a supplier that supplies me. So it's a lot in my mind. At least you can tell from my speech that I really don't know like what to do now, but I know what I want to do. I really don't know how to put it in structure, like how to structure it well. So please help me around that, ma.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry. What kind of food stuff do you sell?
So okay, I sell raw food stuff like rice, beans, spaghetti, like
They're raw,
yeah,
right? Um,
not
and you want to do
perishable,
them,
just raw.
okay. And you want to be able to sell this virtually.
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. Yes, ma. I've been selling,
Current
but it's just that
structure, let me just try to gain some clarity. Your current structure is such that you sell from home, if I heard you correctly.
I sell from home. I posted on my status reaching out to friends. So I sell from home. They order, then the dispatcher that deliver to them. But some in my environment, I go myself to supply. So I've been running it from home. But lately this year, I pull out.
From
Like
home.
I really do too much.
Go
So I
ahead.
pull out. Business is just sorry, ma. So this year I didn't go like supply home to home because it's really exhausting. So I just try to pull out and see what happened. And the business, I'm not even making any sales this year. It's just a small customer that send dispatch over. Those are the kind of sales I've been making now.
So why do you want to sell? I mean, you're already doing some kind, except I didn't get you clearly, but you're already doing some kind of virtual marketing already because you post on your status. That's selling virtually. Are you asking how you can set up a physical store, or you want to move? Because if you go fully virtual, you're still going to have a parking store or something like that, and that will still be your home. So are you asking for how to transition from what you're currently doing to actually setting up a shop, opening a shop, where your goods can be and people can come there to pick up from, or you can still alongside have your have a dispatch, a logistics thing where you can send the things out once people order. Is this what you're trying to do so I can align my thoughts?
Okay, what I'm trying to do is I don't want to buy the stock again with my money. I want to build a website where people can order. Then with my connection in open markets from people that I buy from. So I just want to like
you want to be hold on. Yeah, I get you. It's fine. Sorry. You want to be like a Jumia.
Exactly, like Jumia, Konga, wherever, yes.
You want to be an aggregator of all of these people who sell things.
Yes, ma.
So what I'm thinking is that Jumia is an aggregator. So Jumia is a platform that houses people who sell all kinds of things. So you order something through Jumia reaches out to the seller, forwards your delivery address to the seller, and the seller delivers either to Jumia's pickup stores or to your homes or where your preferred address directly. Jumia takes a fee and the seller takes their money. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, I know. I know how that works, ma. Yes. But
no, is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not going to be doing all of that. It's just basically for food. Any kind of food item.
I know. So food items, you are going to source for the food items, right?
Yes, ma.
So I want to buy a bag of rice. I go to your website, right?
Yes, ma.
I go to your website and order a bag of rice. You will ask me for my delivery address, quantity, all of that. I put in all of that information. Apologies, please. I put in all of that information, and then
yes, ma.
You deliver to me.
Yes, ma.
But you are not the person selling it.
I'm not the person selling it. So once the order comes in, I send the order to the open market to get it packed and give it to dispatcher to deliver. So I have my own percentage, a margin that I had to hit. So once the money come in, I paid them in the market the cost price. Then I have my own profit.
My question is why? Why do you want to do that? Because hold on. You're currently selling directly, right? You go to the major market where you can get these things and source for these food items, and you bring them home. You post on your social media, on your status, people order, and you get a dispatch and deliver to them. And all of that money comes to you, right?
Yes, ma.
Why do you want to share that cost now? I'm why do you want to change? Why do you want it to be the to be the middleman here. I
Okay,
don't know if
I'll
I'm
share. Yeah, yes, I get you, ma.
Hello. Hi,
I'm
Latifa.
still
Hi,
I'm still
Oge.
selling at the same.
Latifa, if you can hear me, could you please pause? Okay, because of time, and we've like spent 20 minutes into the time of the next speaker trying to deal with
oh,
this question. Yes, and he's here. He's been here since forever. And I also know that people are eager for the next session. But what I would recommend is, Miss Oge, is it possible maybe schedule so we'll have like maybe a one-on-one, maybe to put some one-on-one, or maybe have you answer this question, maybe get clarity from Latifa, find a way to channel this question so you can respond to it when you have like clearer thoughts around the question, and then we can always give her back the answer. And there are other questions in the chat which we have put together for you to answer, and then
exactly.
we can respond to them.
So that's
Please.
fine. I do have clarity on her question. I'm just
Okay.
forcing her to think about it differently. But it's fine. You can collate all of those questions, Jumoke, and
Mm.
send them to me. I'll respond and send them back to you.
Okay, ma, I will do just that right away. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you too.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we've come to the end of the second session. We are going into the third session of the day. So welcome with me, the third speaker for
Before
today.
we welcome the third speaker, Jumoke, let me just say thank you to Miss Oge officially, as you know, as is the custom here. Thank you. So please, guys, I want you to really just extend your gratitude and appreciation to Miss Oge. If you know that this 1 hour has been worth your while, of course it has been, because there's so much clarity, even from the Q&A session. You can see how she's forcing people to think differently about what they thought was a good idea. I think that's, for me, that's what I'm hearing, even from this last question. Why do you want to do this when you're already doing this? So please, let's extend our gratitude and appreciation. And Jumoke, with your permission, thank you so much, Oge. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to. And I like to say, Oge is actually an esteemed advisory board member of YSAFE. So she's our person, and every time we need her, every time, very passionate about helping entrepreneurs really just grow, from the hustle culture to the enterprise system. So I want to say thank you to Oge for all the value that you bring to the team, time, your wealth of knowledge, experience, and all of the things that you do for us. Thank you so much. And on behalf of all the world changers in the room, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
And
you
we'll be
too.
at the
Thank you for
backyard to
always
talk
having me.
about. All right, ma. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Okay, so very quickly, without further ado, I'll quickly just go ahead. Thank you, Jumoke. Please allow me to do the honors of inviting our last speaker. With so much apologies to Mr. Chebuka. I'm so sorry. We ate into
It's
your
fine, it's
time.
fine.
We ate into your time. So guys, please sit tight. This is the last session of this summit. And it's always the last session is usually the icing on the cake, right? And again, he's going to be the first male speaker at this summit. And I don't want to say we saved the best for the last, certainly not, but it's definitely going to be bringing everything we've been talking about since yesterday and up until today to a cap. And he's going to be talking about transformational leadership, social impact, and just leading beyond yourself. I'll quickly introduce him, read out his profile. Okay, so Mr. Chebuka Ukunna is an international development specialist. He's a program leader and a strategic communicator with 6+ years championing youth development and scaling social entrepreneurship across Africa. As Innovation Pipeline Coordinator at UNDP, he co-led the MasterCard Foundation Young Africa Innovate program, equipping 2,500 plus change makers across Nigeria's 6 regions with skills and resources. At Leap Africa, he coordinated Pan-African accelerators, managing $200,000 plus in funding, while mobilizing 8,000 volunteers across 24 countries through the Youth Day of Service initiative. At Innovate UK, he designed impact challenges to solve problems with local social entrepreneurs and youth change makers. His work across these roles has secured $1 million plus in funding for local startups and innovation initiatives across Africa. His approach bridges program leadership and strategic communications, managing innovation ecosystems while simultaneously telling the stories of young change makers. Through interviews and storytelling, he has documented the work of 120 plus social innovators from 14 African countries, bringing their stories to life in ways that showcase the incredible impact of African youth and change makers. And I met him, I met him last year at the Luminary Project award winning ceremony. I mean, I happened to be the winner of the 2025 Luminary Impact Fund. And that was when I met him. I heard him speak. He didn't speak for so long, but it was captivating. Just the stories he was telling, everything he was saying. I mean, I just knew that I had to bring him into the room today. So with a round of applause, and I needed to have your pen and paper ready. Maybe not to write so much. You want to listen because he's somebody that has walked the talk. If you notice his profile, he has numbers. I'm a numbers person, so I'm always very particular. And look at all the numbers that are in that profile. It's proof of impact, proof of experience, proof of expertise. And I'd like you to welcome with me with a round of applause, with all of those excitement in the chat session. And you know that I will not call him up until I see them. Mr. Chebuka Okona to take the mic right away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much to the incredible team at YSIP. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
I'm trying to turn on my video, but I think I'm having a little bit of restriction on my end.
Yeah, I've
And also
just
to
made
share
you
my
co-host. I've just made
okay,
you
fantastic,
co-host. So
fantastic. I will just start by sharing my screen if that's okay. All right, great. I would like to start by celebrating the incredible conversation of um, the former speaker, Mrs. Oge. I really learned a few things from what you said, and it's really, really important that we take what you said to heart and run with it. But without further ado, my name is Ebuka Okuna, and can you see my screen? And can you see my face? Can you
yes, we
hear me?
can. Yes, please.
Okay, awesome. Also, forgive me, I'm having a little bit of issue with my video. I'll try my best to get it right. But let's just go ahead. My background is having, hope it's okay. I'm just trying to ensure that everything is all right before we go ahead. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Please go on.
Fantastic, good. So I can feel like the energy in the room is a little bit low. But before I go ahead to share a little bit of the little thing I've come to share here today, I want to know if you can see my screen. Can anyone see my screen? If you can see my screen, give me a thumbs up on the chat box. We won't start until I get like 5 thumbs up on the chat box. On the chat box, we won't start until we get like five on the chat box. I've gotten only one on the chat box. Can people type on the chat box, or is just only the host and co-host? Okay, I've seen two. Only two people have told me they can see my screen. Only three, only four. Who will rescue us now? Elizabeth, you're written twice, so that's not counted. Okay, KK, I can see a fifth one. Can we do 6 and 7? Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what that looks like. Can anybody give us a six? Oh, great. Adebola, oh, one more person and we hit the road running. One more person, we hit the road running. One more person. Oluchi saved the day. Thank you very much. So this class is going to be very interactive, and it will be terrible if I begin to tell you all about myself all over again. The YC team has done an incredible job introducing me. Sometimes when I was listening to it, I was like, is that me? Have I really done all of that stuff? So I'm very humbled, and thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. And I'm really excited to be part of this incredible work you're achieving today. Let's start with something that will lift up the energy a little bit. So I'm going to say this or that, and I want you to put your answer on the chat box. So we're going to start with something very simple, right? So you're going to choose either A or B or A. So it's very simple. I want you to write in the chat box. So I want to see a lot of people responding. I want to see I want this session to be as interactive as possible. So let's start with something very simple, right? Afrobeats or Amapiano? Which do you prefer? On the chat box. Let me see. Anybody on the chat box? Afrobeats or Amapiano? Anybody? Anybody? Okay. No one. Okay. D. Okay, I'm a pianist. All right. Good. Good. I want to see like a lot more people. I want to see the interactions. I want to see the energy in the house. More people. I have only two people in the chat box. I'm like, oh, nice. So everybody is was taking Afrobeats. Wow, this is really really sad. Okay, Elizabeth said Afrobeat. Nice, 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 nice. Deborah saved the day. Okay, second one. Suya or shawarma? Suya or shawarma. Let's see, suya or shawarma, suya or shawarma. I personally prefer suya. I think it's much tastier, and I just like the meat. Yeah, not really a fan of shawarma myself. So we have one shawarma. We have two shawarma. We might have a shawarma baby. Oh my lord, shawarma all day. Okay, okay. I think I will change my like to shawarma. I think at this point I like. Someone even said suya inside shawarma. That's brilliant. I think I should try that, Anna. Okay, one last one. Zobo or Chapman. Zobo or Chapman. This one is a very tough one, very tough. And I can, if people who choose a particular one, you just know that they are more aligned to cultism. So Zobo or Chapman. Zobo or Chapman. If you chose Zobo, you are more aligned to cultism. But if you chose Chapman, you are more aligned to professionalism. So all the people who chose Zobo, I'm looking out for you. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So let's hit the road running. And I'm really excited to be here today. So let's start with the first question. Who is a leader? Can anybody just tell me, are they allowed to turn on their mics, or it's just only for those who are on the, can anybody just raise your hand and say who a leader is? Who's a leader? Who is a leader? Who is a leader? Who is a leader? Can anybody raise up their hands? Let's see. And if this is going to be so interactive, we'll both be talking. So I just want to know if anybody, can anybody raise your hands up and just tell me who you think a leader is? Who's the leader? Anybody? Anybody? I can't, 22 people on the call and not one person can tell me who a leader is. That's not fair. Anybody? I can't go ahead if we don't know, if we can't answer this very critical question because it's so important. So anybody? Yeah, your mics are on. Just okay. Oluchi said, a leader is someone who sets a good path for people to follow. Any other person? One more person. One more person. One more person. A leader is one who is self-aware, first about themselves, the extent, same wow. That sounds very AI like. Like a leader is self-aware. Like I'm not bashing it, but it's very complex. So yeah, thank you very much. A leader is a person of influence. A leader is someone who influences others. Incredible. Um, I agree. The kind of people you got on this team on your event are really smart people, really exciting people. So I will just start by giving you a brief overview of what we are here to do. We're here to talk about leading beyond self and how to become a social impact leader. Like I said, this is going to be an interactive session on purpose-driven leadership. A leader is anybody, anyone who influences another person. A leader can be as little as the security man at the gate. A leader can be a senator in Nigeria. A leader can be a mother with two children. A leader can be the last born out of five children. So a leader is not a special thing. A leader is not a positional authoritarian thing. A leader does, you don't have to, you're not a leader when you become a CEO. You're not a leader when you become a chairman of an organization, or when you become a program manager, or when you lead an organization like Ivory is leading. That does not necessarily make you a leader. A leader is someone who can influence people either negatively or positively. So I want us to drop on the chat box. I want you to think of someone you consider a leader. What's one quality makes them a leader in your eye? Just one person. Who do you think represents a leader? Maybe it could be your dad, it could be your mom, it could be Tinubu, it could be Buhari, it could be Peter Obi, it could be Donald Trump, it could be Barack Obama. But I want you to just say, mention one person on the chat box who you believe is a leader. One person. Okay? Anybody? 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 Nice. Ndidewolele. She inspires me so much. She inspires me so much. And she's been a big influence in my life for a very long time. Although she said her mom, her resilience is too top notch for me. I would love to meet your mom, Oluchi. Great one. Great one. Great one. Incredible. So I won't ask much questions, but I want to ask one last question before I go ahead. Governor Alex Oti, DDK, incredible. I'm loving the energy on this on the chat box. I'm loving it so much. Can we get any more persons to share who a leader is to them? Okay, we're getting one more person. I can see someone typing. Okay, okay. The next question is: are leaders born or made? And I will answer this question so that we don't spend a lot of time here. Leaders are not born; they are actually made. You know, when people have come up with this concept that a leader is born, oh, he's a born leader. No, there is no leader on this planet that was born. The closest they have gotten to a born leader is simply someone who was born in an environment that designed their life for leadership. So there is no born leader. You are made a leader. And why I'm going through all of this very slowly is to help you understand what it means to actually be a social impact leader. Another question that I've loved to ask, but we are almost out of time, is why do you want to become a social impact leader? Why not a social impact follower? That's another very critical question. But we'll come to that in the next few slides. All right. So what is social impact? And I'll be as basic as possible. Forget about what I've written here, the complexity of all of it. Social impact is simple. If you turn the words upside down, it means impacting your society. Social impact is simply how do we impact our society. But if you want to go about the long way, you say social impact is simply the effect an action has on the well-being of a community, whether it's a small village, whether it's a big country. And remember, social impact can be negative, it can be positive, it can be intended, and it can be unintended. Your impact is actually the number of people reached, the depth of improvement you've brought to them, and how long you have done this for them. It's simply taking actions in a way that you're not just thinking about yourself, you're thinking about the community as a whole. So we've laid a foundation for what it means to be a leader. We've laid a foundation for what it means to be of what it means to do social impact. And the next question we'll have, because there's a lot of conversations we are having, what does it mean to make the world better? Because when we talk about social impact, we're talking about making the world a better place. So what does it mean when we say we want to make the world better? Are we talking about an utopia? Are we talking about a world whereby fuel is 10 naira and there's 24 hours power supply in Nigeria and the policeman is not stopping us, or where there is zero hunger and where all the women across Nigeria to South Africa can afford a pad? What kind of world are we talking about? What do we imagine when we say we want to make the world a better place? Is there anybody who can type or just say something that once you ask the question, what does it mean when you say let us make this world a better place? Anybody? Anyone? Anyone? Is anyone typing? Kindness. Good. Just in one word, just like Olajumoke has said, just in one word. What does it mean when we say we want to make the world a better place? In just one word, how will you describe it? Love. Okay, good. Any more persons? Love. Oh wow, everybody's saying love, 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 love. Awesome, 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 awesome. Great. Influence. James said influence. Any more persons? Any more persons? When we say we want to make the world service, good. That's a good one. Service, service, good. But I want you to think about it from a different perspective. When we say we want to make the world a better place, it simply means that majority of the people have the best possible lives as possible in the long term. Currently, let me give you statistics that you might not find very exciting, but these are real statistics. As of 2010, about 2015, thereabout, about 800 million Africans do not have access to clean water. Now, Africa has 1.2 billion people. That means majority of the people in Africa did not have access to clean drinking water. Let's go further. In Nigeria, 37 million women and girls do not have access to or do not have the power to purchase menstrual pad or tampons. That means more than 50% of the women in Nigeria cannot afford sanitary pads. Let's go back a little bit. Nigeria is, after India, is the open defecation capital of the world. That means more people take a dump on the road in Nigeria than any other place in the world. Have you ever been to, on your way to Moe, there's a abattoir where they slaughter animals. And over a kilometer journey, you see all that is splattered across the road is just feces. Let me give you another tough scenario. 20 million Nigerian young children are out of school. Now, 20 million might seem like, oh, it's just a random number. But 20 million is the total population of Botswana, Liberia, Rwanda, and about two or three different African countries joined together. That is the total number of Nigerian children that are out of school. Let me give another one. 1 in 3 Africans go to bed hungry every night. So why I'm painting all of these pictures to you is to paint a scenario that the world, most of us live in a bubble. We live in Lagos. We have good transportation. We have light. We have good power supply. But the world outside is really, really bad. It's worse than you could expect. The world is not better than it was a few years ago. The world is actually becoming worse. There are more people living in poverty in Nigeria than they were 10 years ago. There are more out of school children than they were 10 years ago. There are more hungry people going to bed every night than they were 10 years ago. So I want to paint a picture for you before you begin to ask yourself, I want to become a social impact leader. I want to lead change. I want you to know the alacrity of how bad things have become, whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's in Ghana, or in Africa as a whole. So when we talk about we want to make the world a better place, it's a world whereby majority of these people live a life free from suffering and injustice, full of happiness, connection, and meaning. When we talk about society as a whole, there are two pillars of society: the environment and the people. I don't want to spend long on that, but it's really in terms of social impact, the social impact that we do. There are four ways or four phases of social impact. There is a direct and indirect, which means you mentor a student who lands their first job. An indirect impact is that student will inspire their own sibling or brother to stay in school. Intended impact can be you design a clean water project that provides safe drinking water. An unintended impact will be the same project will create local jobs and community and for the community as a whole. Let me give you a personal story. When I was doing my NYSC, and that's why I always tell Nigerian people, your NYSC is one of the most important times in your life. You cannot just sit back and be like, oh, I'm just here to eat the 70 something thousand naira, sit down and just do nothing. When I was in NYC, I did two projects. Number one, how many of you have heard about TEDx? TEDx is a very important organization. So I got the license for TEDx and I did TEDx Abakaliki. I ran TEDx Abakaliki for a whole year. But that's not really the important project. I must say that was a very big, very expensive project. The project that really made me really see, the butterfly effect and the unintended and intended impact of what I was trying to do was I came back I was a teacher in Iko local government in Ebonyi State. And I realized that there were a lot of young boys who had nothing to do at the end of school. And they just hung around doing nothing. They just played and I decided to start a football league. I wish I put my pictures here. You would have seen how young I was then. And we ran a football league for 3 months, teaching these kids leadership and at the same time teaching them how to play football. What simply happened was that we took those kids out from the streets. We took those kids away from vices because there were a lot of bad people around there. There were a lot of like calls and everything that those kids could have joined. But we said, no, why don't you, instead of you spending your after school hours ravaging around the streets, doing nothing spectacularly, why can't you come and do physical education and at the same time learn how to become a leader? So that's part of intended and unintended impact. Now, there's something that everybody says, oh, for us to create an impact, I have to have an organization, I have to do this, I have to do that. That's not true. Every single one of you on this call can make an impact. In fact, I will go very quickly to show you the four parts or the four pathways that you can actually kickstart a social impact. And before I go ahead, if you're with me, if you're still with me on the call, just give me a thumbs up on the chat box, please. If you're still here on the call, just give me a thumbs up on the chat box. Thumbs up. Just give me a thumbs up. Alrighty. I haven't seen anybody. Seems like I'm Deborah. Oh, nice. Thank you, Abigail. You're always coming. You're always coming to Abigail. Anybody else? Okay, good. Good, good, good. Thank you. Thank you. So people always say, I can't make an impact. I can't make an impact. And that is one of the biggest problems across Africa and Nigeria as a whole. Everybody is waiting for somebody in Asu Rock. And this is not me removing the responsibilities of the individual in Asu Rock. No. But everybody is always waiting for the person in Asu Rock to make a change, right? But change is such a difficult and complex thing. There was an American president, John F. Kennedy, who said, so in his 1960 something speech, he said, my fellow Americans, do not wait for what America can do for you. Rather, ask yourself, what can I do for America? I've mentioned all the terrible things across the country. I've mentioned all the terrible. We have terrorism, we have Boko Haram, we have people that are killing, we have heads, and but let's bring it down to our local place. When you come out of your house sometime, there's a pile of debt in front of your house. What are you going to do about it? When you come out of your house, you see two or three kids that haven't been to school in a long time. What are you going to do about it? You come out of your house and you see that there are scavengers that are scavenging, and you know clearly what these people are so hungry. What are you going to do about it? So the biggest question you must ask yourself every day is, what am I going to do to make a change in this society? As much as we are waiting for the government, the local government, Senate, House of Rep, what are we going to do? Like I told you my story, I could have just done my NYSC, sat down there, wait for my money coming every month. And my NYSC allowance was very, very small. I was the last batch to take the 19,000 naira NYSC's NYC allowance. So it was really, really small. But with that 19,000, I was able to bring together myself and my friends, say, oh, let us start something. So there are four ways that you can actually do social impact. Number one is volunteering. You don't have to leave your job to become an impact leader. You don't have to see. People be like, oh, I have to work in a nonprofit to become a social impact leader. You don't. Anybody who tells you that does not or has not worked in nonprofits. There are more people in nonprofit that are not doing any impact than they are outside. And Ivy we knows about this kind of business, because especially in Nigeria, nonprofit has been turned into a business whereby everybody's looking for the next grant, everybody's looking for the next big thing. So it's not about joining a nonprofit or joining a program. No. The first thing you must ask yourself is volunteer. And to volunteer is not difficult. You look for organizations who are looking for supporters. And to volunteer, you don't have to volunteer 40 hours a week. You can volunteer for just 2 hours. You can volunteer to clean up a street. You can volunteer to plant flowers or plant trees at the beach. You can volunteer to teach young people who have no teacher. So volunteering is such an important thing. How did I start my foray into international development? I started by volunteering. At Leap Africa, I volunteered my time. I'm a graphic designer and I still design once in a while. I volunteered. I said, okay, can I design for you guys? I want to design for you guys. And from designing, I became a program coordinator, senior program coordinator. Then I left and I became other things and other things I'm doing right now. So volunteering is so important. You don't have to leave your 9 to 5 to make a change in this world. So give your time, your skills, your energy, volunteer, find something that can transform someone's life and do it. The next thing is non-profit work. I've talked about this already. If you want to join non-profit, it's a good career. It's a very noble career to join and to make impact. Another thing is some of you are going to be in government. Some of you are going to write, advocate, and generate policies because there's so many policies and laws that need to be abolished, that need to be rewritten. Do you know that in America, women the menstrual products are still being taxed? Way back, why in Kenya, as far back as 2004, they have abolished the tax on menstrual products. So we need people like you to go into the government, whether it's through your local government or your ward or your constituency or wherever you are. Go and begin to advocate, and you can advocate you don't have to be in government. You can use your Instagram, your TikTok to advocate for something new, for something different. That is why we are in the age of information, age of social media. Advocate for something. If something is very heavy on your heart, advocate for it. Talk about it. Speak about it. Generate information about it. And last but not the least, another way you can make impact is social entrepreneurship. I mean, I will have to give, this is my specialty, I'll have to give a whole 2 hours lecture on social entrepreneurship. But it simply means starting a business that is not just focused on profit, a business that is focused on people and the planet, a business that doesn't just care about how much money I'm making, but how I'm impacting the lives of people around me. So these are the 4 key ways you can actually make social impact. And as I'm wrapping up, social impact. Some people say social impact is a marathon. Other people say social impact is a sprint. I will tell you, it is both of them. It is a marathon because of what we call systemic changes. You cannot change. Let's give a scenario now. Hunger. We're fighting hunger in the land. Hunger is very urgent because there are people that if they don't eat, they will die. But when you're fighting hunger, you cannot fight it by just giving food to somebody. That's where advocacy comes in. It's a long-term process where you begin to say, oh, how do we begin to price food? Oh, how do we begin to talk about how our farmers are being taken care of? Oh, we now begin to talk about, oh, farmer head clashes. So it's a very systemic problem. And I will give you a talk on this at the Nigerian University of Technology in April. So you're also invited to come and listen in. So social impact is a marathon. It's a sprint. Someone's life depends on you. Somebody out there needs that thing that you have, that advocacy that you're pushing for. It will change someone's life. Let me give you a scenario. We I led a project called the Youth Day of Service many years ago. And because of what we did, we gave out about $100 to more than 200 different social impact, social change makers across Africa. And we didn't even understand the depth of what we had done until we began to get feedback. And we began to say, people like, oh, this project changed my life. This project impacted my family. This project puts food on the table. And you don't have to make it so outlandish or big. You and your friends come together and say, oh, what are we going to do? The gutter outside is dirty. How are we going to clean it? Oh, you and your friends come together and say, oh, there's a school somewhere in Ikorodu that has not had teachers for the last 5 months. Can we volunteer our time? Oh, YSIP is holding a program. Oh, can we volunteer 2 hours every week for her? That is you creating social impact, whether you like it or not. And I will go ahead to say, do not be afraid. I've thought about this already. That everyone can create impact, whether you are young, you are old, you are in NGO, you are CEO. Every single person can create impact. Are you here with me? If you're here with me, please give me a thumbs up, please. Just give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up. We're about to wrap up. Fine. Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Anybody else? So it's just me and James on this call. James, don't worry. It's me and you on this call together. Anna, thank you so much. Any other person? Abigail says, Abigail, you always come through for me. Mustafa, thank you. Any other person? Any other person? Before we go away to the final thing. Okay, no more. So it's just me, Oluchi, Mustafa, Abigail, Anna, Fola. Who again is coming? Let me say this. He's at the call. He's on the call. KK. Fantastic. So all of you have heard about this quote. Charity begins at home. But it does not end there. It should not end at home. Charity should not end at home. We should not. That's the problem with Nigeria and across Africa. We are very individualistic. We think about ourselves a lot. Start local, think global. Look at the needs of your immediate community. Build your foundation. Where can I see my results first before we begin to even think global? If everyone's interest really, really matters, if everybody, if everybody's interest across the world really matters, then we must begin to think beyond just me, myself, and I. We must begin to think from moving from local to global, and that's why if you look at the next slide, it says from local action to global change. A positive impact in your community will create ripples that extend far beyond your immediate reach. It starts with recognizing the unique needs of your local area, taking actionable steps to address it. What is the need in your community that you can act on today? Before I go ahead, I want us to do a very important activity today. Now on the chat box, write one activity in your community, in your locality that you think is of paramount importance, that you think must be solved in the next few months. Until we get to at least 5 people, we're not going ahead with this because we cannot continue to teach and teach theory and theory and theory, and people are just taking this theory and just going home and just that's all. So I want you to type on the chat box just one sentence, one liner. What is one need in your community that you can act on this month? Before we go, before I say any other thing, I'll be waiting for you on the chat. What is one need on your community that you can act on by yourself this month? Good. James said a good street, a clean street. Good. Climate literally amongst secondary school children. Good. I need 3 more people before we go ahead. Because we must be tired of saying the same. I know you have heard these things over and over and over again, but I want you to internalize it. What is because sometimes we think about Nigeria is a problem, Naira is bad, fuel is expensive, this is that terrorism. I want you to stop thinking on a national level. Amanda, what is the problem in your locality? Joy, what is the problem that you've seen that you can solve? KK, what are you looking at? Opeyemi, what is the problem you can solve? Boufola, what is that problem? Oluchi, what is that problem that you can solve in your community? Abigail says mental health, especially among vulnerable groups like children and women. So I can do my part to spread the word about mental health starting in school. I need 2 more people. I need 2 more people to KK. I'm waiting for you. Oluchi, I'm waiting. Mustafa, I'm waiting for you. Anna, I'm waiting for you. James, I'm waiting for you. What is something you can do now? What is that thing that you can do in your local community? Because I'm tired of preaching the same sermon over and over again. People say, I'm going to make a change. We are change makers. We're going to change the world. The world depends on us. Look around you. What is that thing? And if nobody else can answer it, I think we can pause the conversation here, and maybe I will share my slides to you. Because if we cannot look around our community ourselves and find the problem, there's no need for us to go ahead and continue the conversation. So I need 2 more people. What is that thing? What is that need in your community that you can act on this month? Before we go ahead, good. Mental health is a serious cause of action. I personally think we all need therapy. Yes, we all need therapy. James said, I can gather a few children and educate them on achieving purpose in life. Anna Ikwe said, drug abuse. Fantastic. See, this is very practical. Bola-based sex education, fantastic. This is practical. Nobody is coming to save us as a nation or as a community. If you see a problem, how are you going to solve it? How are you going to solve it? And the problem of drug abuse is so paramount. It is everywhere. We see a lot of underage pregnancy. We see teenagers getting pregnant in Lagos, in Ikorodu, in everywhere. It's a problem. Who is going to educate that young lady and tell her that, see, you don't have to follow that boy for that one night stand. You don't have to. You have a bright future ahead of you. Who is going to tell that guy that if you can actually overdose from this drug We need to take this thing practically. We cannot just say, oh, Ebuka is doing a fantastic conversation and let's just call it a day and we clap our hands for me and I'll put it on LinkedIn. I did a great work. No, I'm tired of those kind of stuff. So that's why I want to make it as practical as possible. As I wrap up, thank you very much first of all, for being a very interactive class. There are 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The United Nations has come up with these 17 goals that if we achieve them as a global organization, we will make the world a better place. We have only 4 years to achieve these goals. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality. I mean, in another conversation, we can go deeply into all of these SDG goals, but these are the goals that can guide you. Like, let's say someone that said sex education, that's under gender equality. Let's say someone that says hunger, or she wants to feed more people in a society, in a community, that's zero hunger. And I talk about marathon and sprint. And I'll wrap up with this quote that I came up with yesterday. Um, because I think I'm almost out of time. You cannot change the world alone. So Bowofola, let me just call you Olariwaju. Forgive my phone. Olariwaju, you are about to start a sex education class. You cannot do it alone. Anna, you're about to start a class educating young people in your community about the importance of drug abuse and the dangers involved. Hey, you're about to start a mental health class. It could be virtual, it could be physical. You, someone said something about climate change, something about a clean street. You cannot do any of these things by yourself. We cannot change the world all alone, but together we can. Together as a society, with James, with Elizabeth, with Abigail, with Mustafa, with the YC team, with Joy, we can change our society. So I'll wrap up by saying to become a social impact leader, you don't become one by joining a nonprofit or by not joining a nonprofit. You don't become one by leaving your 9 to 5. A leader is anybody who can influence their society or community. So if you want to be a social impact leader, let's start with the example that I think that was James gave, a clean street. How can James become a social impact leader? James can become a social impact leader very easily by influencing the community. Oh, he goes to the ballet of the street and say, "Oh, I would like to hold a street cleanup today, and I would like you to announce it that this Saturday we are doing sanitation. Everybody must come out to clean." You are a social impact leader, whether you like it or not. I know you must have been coming to hear, oh, for you to be a social impact leader, you must be a CEO of a non-profit, a social enterprise. No, 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 no. Let's go to the primary concern. To be a leader, you must influence the people around you first. So, what is that small thing that you are looking at? What is that thing that when you step out of your door every time, it makes you upset? That is what will make you a social impact leader. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ebuka. Thank you, guys. I don't know. By the reactions, I would know. But this session was the bomb, like a good way to really just bring this summit to a wrap and very thought-provoking around transformational leadership. And so, guys, okay, the reactions are coming. And without further ado, we'll just take questions very quickly. Yeah, so that but thank you, Chibuka. Thank you as always. Very, very, very insightful session. So I'll just call for questions very quickly. I know that we're way behind schedule. So does anybody have any questions for Mr. Chibuka? Thank you so much. I see the chairs in the chat session. So let's see if you have any questions for Chibuka, please go ahead. If you'd like to unmute your mic, I mean, you can just go ahead and speak. I'm going to disable the restriction. So if you have any questions for him, please go ahead and speak. The mics are on now. I know some of you are already playing in the sector, and I believe that you have questions. So You can go ahead and ask your question. If you prefer to put it in the chat, please go ahead and do that as well. Let's act very, very quickly. Yes, James, please go ahead. You can unmute and ask your question. But please keep it short and straight to the point if you're speaking.
Okay, thank you very much. The question is, for students, that's for those who are in the university, how do we make impact while we are trying to pursue a first class or second class offer and then graduate from the school? How do we make impact in such situations?
Thank you, James. That's a very, very thoughtful question. And it's neither here or there. And why I'm smiling is because I don't like to say this outside, but I finished with the first class, James. And I was not just I didn't just finish with the first class. I also came out with the Chancellor Prize Award. It's a very prestigious award. I finished with a 4.60. I was part of the fellowship program, Christian fellowship program, and I also led the first TEDx Bells Tech because I went to Bells University of Technology. I also led the first TEDx in my school, bringing speakers from all around Nigeria to come and speak and impact students in my school. And I did all of this in my final year with a project hanging on the air, and I had a 5.0 in my final year. So there is no this or that. This is how do you manage your time? I mean, it is not going to be very easy, nonetheless. But do not look for excuses not to make an impact. Do you get? Let me give you a scenario. Another question that another person might ask would be, "Oh, how do we get money to even do all this stuff? Why are you thinking about money? Money is the least thing you need before you start something." So, James, to answer your question and not to take every other person's time, it is not this or that. It is not that or this. James, it's a matter of managing your priorities right. It's a matter of like, what do you want to leave at the end of this school? What do you want people to remember you for? Up to tomorrow, I finished school many, many years ago. If I go back to school, they don't even remember me as the guy who led a fellowship program, a church fellowship. No, everybody remembers me as the guy who was audacious enough to invite more than 10 different speakers, host the TEDx event, bring the VC of the school for an event that was not even sponsored by the school with 1 naira. So do not look for excuses, James. Rather, when an excuse comes, bring together a team. That was the first time in my life I led a team of over 25 different people from different classes. So you cannot do it alone. So impact is not an individualistic stuff, it's a community event. Yeah. I hope I answered the question, James.
Awesome. Thank you so much. James, hope that answered your question. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, we have a question.
I see. Yeah.
Abigail. Okay.
And how does one choose an idea for one? Okay, Abigail, you know, why don't you speak out and let's just have a conversation? Speak, let me hear. If that because I have like 10 minutes left before I run off. Yeah, because your question is a lot of steps, and I want to know which one should I start with, which one should I not start with? Hello, Abigail.
Can't unmute. Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, yeah, Abigail, please go ahead. We have very little time.
Okay, yes. So my question basically, I know we always say that we should start small, start with what you have,
Yeah.
just do what you can with the limited, whatever limitations you have around you. But I still wanted to ask, because the fact remains that for you to make as big of an impact, because we all have grand ideas of how, of course, we think things should go, things should be, and all of that. Funds are involved and personnel, people, and all of that. But then, how do we make good use of that? Like, despite limited funds, despite limited resources, how can we still make a good enough impact that can be felt by quite a number of
Okay,
people?
Abigail, let me ask you a question. What is a good enough impact for you? What is big impact? Because you're using two words, big impact, good enough impact. Those are two big words. What do they mean to you?
Okay, for me, a good enough impact is when you can actually see a result of your work in the lives of those you actually intended it to reach. For example, if I'm more towards mental health, and I think there are a lot of course, mental health issues that we need to talk about that people are ignorant of and all
Yeah.
of that. So if I should hold a mental health outreach and then I see how a good number of people are now open to talking about their mental health, I feel like, oh, okay, that's a good enough impact. People no longer laugh when they see someone who they term mad or different and all of that.
Okay.
I'm so, okay, that's a good
So
enough impact.
yeah. So let me cut you because my I have to run very quickly. But I love this question, and it's such a beautiful question. Forgive me that I had to turn on my camera. I hope that's okay with you, Ivory. Forgive me, please. Um, there is nothing like big impact. There is nothing like small impact. Let me give you a scenario. When I was in Eco local government, right, I organized a football leadership program for about 20 different people, right? Good. And I have never met any of those boys again for the last how many years I finished my NYSC. I haven't met them. Now, the leadership seed that I have planted in them many, many years ago will definitely germinate one of these days. I do not know what that leadership will look like in the next 20, 30 years, but it is impact nonetheless. Now, Ivory will know about this. In social terminologies, there's something called, in theory of change, there's something called impact. There's something called outcome. Most of what you've been talking about, and you call it big enough impact or good enough impact, is what you call outcome. Oh, how many people attended my event? How many people listened to me? But you must move away from just programmatic outcomes and move into impact. Impact is when you begin to change systems, systemic change. That would take us another 2 hours to talk about. But I want to tell you something. There is no small impact. If you talk to one person on the road about something, about how to not abuse drugs, you do not know how many lives you have changed. Let me give you a scenario. Many, 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 many years ago, there was this fantastic artist, incredible German artist, right? And he was a good artist. He wasn't a great artist, but he was a good artist. But his art teacher did not necessarily give him the adulation and the praise that he was meant to be given, right? Now, that German artist, that German student, went ahead to become Adolf Hitler and ended up killing more than 6 million Jews. Now, imagine for a scenario that art teacher had told Adolf Hitler, "Wow, your artwork is really incredible. Can we improve on it? Can we make it better?" Imagine if he was maybe a little bit less harsh on that guy. Maybe we would have not had the World War II. That is impact. Impact, you must think about it on a butterfly effect. You cannot think about impact, oh, just what I'm seeing now. If that's all you're seeing, you're thinking on a very, 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 very short term. And I will wrap up with the second question you asked, which is money. When I did my TEDx Abakaliki in Ebonyi State, my team and I had a budget of 1 million naira. This was many years ago. So 1 million naira was a lot of money. My salary was 19,800, and I was paid an extra 5,000 naira from the government. There was I will have to work 10 years to get 1 million naira, right? To hold an event. But did that stop me from holding a world-class event? You can even go on YouTube and check TEDx Abakaliki. We have thousands of views that people have been listening to, and like we've helped change the narrative on a lot of deeply held beliefs that are not healthy. That didn't change anything. I reached out to as many organizations as possible. I sent out as many letters as possible. You will get a lot of no. No, it is not. It is normal to get a no. If you get a yes the first time, it is abnormal. It is normal to get no. If you get a yes the first time, I will advise you not to go collect the money. I will advise you don't collect the money. If you get yes the first time, I say, bro, run away, run. You will get no's and no's and no's. It is okay to get no's. It is okay. But money should never be a limiting factor. You want to do a mental health event. Why are you even thinking about money? You can look for a Google Meet. Google Meet gives free 1 hour recording sessions. You do a Canva design. Canva does a free that without the pro. Canva does free. You design a flyer. You put it on your Instagram. You beg your friends to share it also. You do a 60 minute, a 45 minutes training on mental health. Have you not made an impact? You have made an impact. From there, you can begin to talk about the stories that you got from that event, and more people want to partner with you. So there is no excuse if you want to make an impact. Money is not an excuse. Finance is not an excuse. Um, the largeness of the impact is not an excuse. So that I mean, let us begin to think beyond the excuse. So what are the things I can remove that will actually make me just make this impact? Yes.
Thank you so much. Very, 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 very elaborate answer. And I believe that, I don't know if there are any questions, any more questions. I don't see any more questions, but Abigail, please confirm that your question has been answered. Mr. Chibuka, before you go, could you please share your social media link to your pages so we can connect with you on social media? I'm sure our community members
Oh
will
yeah.
do that.
Yeah, you can just reach out to me on Chibuka Okuna. I'll just type that right on LinkedIn. Just send me a follow and I can follow back. Just Chibuka Okuna on LinkedIn. Um, I don't really do Instagram that much. I don't do Twitter a lot, so I just prefer if we have. We'll just stick to LinkedIn for now. So LinkedIn is where it's Chibuka Okuna on LinkedIn. So that's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, let's give it up again for Mr. Chibuka Okuna for such a wonderful and amazing and very, very reflective and practical session. Please, let's cheer him as he takes his exit. Thank you so much, Chibuka. I'll be in touch right after the summit. Thank you. And guys,
Thank
you
you
guys
so
have
much.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Ivory. Thank you to the YC team. I think this is a very fantastic event, and I look forward to what a physical version next year. So thank you very much, Ivory. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll reach out to you. We have a lot of programs still this year, so next year is too far.
Oh, no worries. Thank you so much. I'll be
Uh,
jumping off the call. That's okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for staying till this point. If you have stayed till this point, you're the real MVP, and it's great, great, great. So we've come to the end of the summit, and just before we jump off the call, remember I talked about the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. Like I said, this session has been transformational, but you can only do so much within 1 hour. So the Youth Livelihood Program is designed to give you a proper, empowering, with knowledge, with practical experiences, practical framework. So you want to click on that link. Remember that we're opening up this link to the general public on Monday, but you have the first mover advantage. I also talked about the fact that we have 10 scholarship slots for 10 people out of this summit. So you want to apply very quickly because we're going to be considering the 10 people. And if you're successful, you'll be getting an email from us in the coming week if you make it into the scholarship program. It's a program that I think the commitment fee is about 25,000 or so, very little money for a full year program that also gives you the opportunity to get your business funded, to get your social impact idea funded and all of that. Beyond the funding, it's a whole wealth of knowledge. If you've been on any YSIPS program, you know that the quality of our speakers, we're very intentional with who we bring to our platform. There are people that you want to actually sit down and learn from. I'm sure you got a bit of experience from here on. So please click on that link to apply for the Youth Leadership and Livelihood Program. It's for you, curated for you. And there is no better way to invest in your growth and development as a young person, as a young professional, business owner, or social impact leader than getting on the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program of YSIP. Then secondly, you want to join the WhatsApp community. So beyond the Youth Livelihood and Leadership, where we have an active WhatsApp community. And one of the things we're bringing this year is a monthly webinar workshop, to have like deep conversations and a lot of activities that we're going to be really just launching for our community members. So you also want to be here. For us, we are interested in your growth and development. Remember yesterday, for those of you that were here yesterday, I said something. I'm personally looking for just 12 people to mentor this year, and and not to say that my hands are free. I also have I have a proper mentorship group, but I'm very open to mentoring 12 people. So if you're interested in that, you can also reach out to me on WhatsApp. Let's talk about it. But I can only do 12 people. One-on-one mentorship, structured mentoring, and the end point is that you grow again. And also we have some of our speakers who are also interested in having one-on-one sessions. So if there's any speaker you'd like to connect with, you can reach out to us and we'll be happy to see how we can set up like a one-on-one consultation with them. And now I'm going to just drop the link is there already. I'm going to drop the feedback form. Please help us fill the feedback. Your feedback is very important to us. James was one of the people that actually took one of the pleas I made yesterday. Please talk about your experience on LinkedIn, on social media. And I woke up this morning, while we were on the session, I saw he had put together a fantastic summary of yesterday's session. Thank you, James. And that gives you priority entrance into the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program if you wish to join the program. So all you need to do is now fill the form. So slot 1 has been taken, 9 more slots to go. Would it be you getting on that scholarship or take advantage of it? Fill the form. Then follow us everywhere. We're on Instagram at YSIPS Foundation. We're on LinkedIn as YSIPS, Y with the hyphen. Always put the hyphen. On LinkedIn, we're also on Facebook, but without the hyphen because Facebook does not allow hyphens. YSIPS Foundation, YSIPS everywhere. Please follow us, engage with our posts. Most importantly, invest in your growth and development. Everything that you have learned between yesterday and today would mean nothing if you do not put into practice what you have learned. All right. So all we want from you is implementation, implementation, implementation. That's why you need to join the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. That's also why you need to join the YSIPS community. And the conversation continues on the community. Thank you so much. Have a good rest of the weekend. And I look forward to us continuing this engagement on the WhatsApp groups, WhatsApp communities. And of course, I also look forward to welcoming you to the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. To all our moderators, thank you, Amanda from yesterday. Thank you, ID. Thank you, Jumoke. Thank you, everybody that kept the chat engaging. And thank you, most especially you, for being here. And it's not goodbye, it's continuation. So see you in the chat room, see you on WhatsApp, see you at the Youth Livelihood and Leadership Program. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, everybody. Bye.